Recording. Thank you, Simon. Okay, Simon Pineapple. Okay, so we'll divide both sides by 5. And so I do know that Grant said we would divide 820 by 5, but I'll have you do both of these steps because when we get into longer equations, you're going to want to remember in order to isolate the variables, sometimes you'll have more than one number, and you want to know to divide everything by the same on both sides. So when we divide 5 into 5, that gives us n by itself, right? And then we have n equals 164. So now it says we want to check the problem. How do we go about checking it?
164 times 5.
Very good. So we want to check our answer, and that would be 164 times $5 does indeed equal $820. And then our final step says to review the question and write the answer. And so I know this is what messed me up in grade school. I would stop here, and you want to go back to the question now and make sure that you look for what you are supposed to supply for your answer. So it says how many tickets were sold, right? If I stopped here and just said n equals 164, depending on your professor or your teacher, they might mark it wrong because I had one of those. So you want to always go back, and now you want to write in the proper answer, and you want to say 164 tickets were sold so that you're answering whatever the problem is asking you to look for. Okay? Any questions? Okay, so what we're going to do now is break up into our groups. Do you see your problems here? So one of you from your group is going to want to take down your problem, and then I'm going to break you down into your groups. So you see how you're broken down. So Eden, I see you're writing for the girls. Who's going to write for group number 2? Okay, Grant, thank you. And who will write for group number 1? Russell or William? Okay, William. So I'll give you a few minutes to write that down. My writers, give me a thumbs up when you finish writing, okay? With my, okay, thanks, Eden. I would say if you have a phone, you could just take a picture of it. Thank you for my thumbs up, Eden. You're good, William? All right, thank you. Yes, give me a thumbs up. I can see those. You can give me those. What else is there? Are there some other little thingies there? Okay, is that a hand clap? Is that what that is? So a hand clap and a thumbs up. What else is there? Is that it? Oh, what does that mean, Tally? Is that a surprise face? That's a oh. What else is there? Oh, that's nice. That could be good for presentations. That's a laughing so hard I'm crying. Okay. Okay, good job, Grant. So is that everybody? Is everyone written down? Yes, those are my 3 writers. Okay. So I'm gonna break you into your groups now. Righty. I want to manually create these rooms. So, William. Grant. And then my girls. Okay, so here we go. Say goodbye. I'll give you about 5 minutes. Is that good? What's it called? Okay. Hey, Russell, how's your volume? Let me hear you speak.
I left because Razul left.
Okay, when you see the warning sign, it doesn't mean you have to leave because it will automatically close it once your 1 minute warning is done.
I know I was leaving because I was by myself in it
Okay.
because Razul had left. So, are we allowed to use share screen to explain it?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Did you guys work on it together? Okay, cool. Let me hear you speak. I can't hear you, Russell. Are you saying something? I still can't hear you. To hear Russell William in the meeting room? No?
I think like I could maybe barely might have heard him a little, but
Okay.
not really well. He was writing on the screen to tell me what he meant, I think.
Okay.
We were both working it out.
Okay, so I might not be able to hear you present today. That's when it's going to be the most important. When it's,
I think I'm presenting.
I mean, in terms of research, our research strand today in our LTW. So see maybe after lunch if you can work on your audio, okay? Okay. So how did everybody do? Oh, Towie is raising his hand. Yes, Towie.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Yes, you may. So we won't have your group go first. How about ladies first? Ladies first. You guys can use the whiteboard if you want. Do you want to? Do you know how?
I don't know how.
Okay, I'll explain for next time. So you had which problem?
The one with Shiloh and the leotards.
Yes, Shiloh, those leotards.
Yeah, I was saying how they're really cheap.
I know, that was a sale, girl. That was a sale. Okay.
So the problem was Shiloh bought 5 leotards for ballet on sale. She spent $63.75. How much was each leotard? So then we divide $63.75 by 5 leotards.
So what's your equation first?
The equation is like n times 5 leotards equals $63.75.
Very good.
And then we divide $63.75 by 5 leotards. The answer is $12.75. And we check it and multiply $12.75 times 5 leotards. And then we get $63.75. So the answer is $12.75 per leotard.
Very, very good. So the only thing that I will correct you on is that when you write out your equation, you want to say that you're going to divide both sides by 5. So remember, when you have that equal sign, in order to keep both sides equal, whatever you do to the left, you got to do to the right. That's going to be important when you get into future math. Okay, very good. Okay. Group 1, Russell and William.
So for this problem, we had how Jaden was born in 2003. He went into the 7th grade at 14. What year did he go into the 7th grade? So for this, we'll start by identifying the variable. So I guess I'm not very good at this, but would it be 14?
So a variable is going to be the unknown. It's always the unknown.
Okay. Oh, so the unknown one would be so just ignore the unknown would be what year did he go into it?
Right.
So oopsies. So one thing you could do is so you could do 14. Razul, can you please stop or whoever it is? 14 plus 2003, or of course the other way around, equals n.
Mhm.
So what is n equal? So if you do n plus 17, oopsies, n, sorry. So you could do n plus, I believe, 14, and then you would also do 2000 equals 2003 plus 14, I think. And then, so the answer is 2017. And then if you did 2017 for checking it, we're going to do 2017 minus 14. And as you can see, answer is 2003. So the answer to the whole problem is 2000.
Oh my gosh. Excuse me, Mr. Meow. How do I get rid of this little black thing?
Well,
Kind of did
little-
it by accident. I don't know how to get rid of it.
oh, I don't know what you did. You mean when you that comes over your face?
Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of it. I mean, my shirt isn't even black.
Oh, I thought
It's literally yellow, but it
kind of
just
cartoonish. I don't know, Simon.
I don't know how to get rid of it though.
Did you use some kind of thing like on the
Oh,
green
your
screen?
hand. Okay.
Watch this though. I can.
I don't know what you did. Maybe it's some virtual background something that
Okay, how would I get there? Oh, I think I see it.
the video, the little icon, the arrow.
Yeah, I think I got rid of it.
Okay.
There we
yeah.
go. See, I told you my shirt was a different color.
I thought it was black. I kind of forgot that it was yellow. Okay.
Zach, let me.
Very good. The only thing that I would change, William, would be all you had to do was then add because you already isolated your variable on one side, right? So you just would have needed to add your 2003 plus 14, and then it would equal n. So that step you wouldn't have had to do because you already had your variable isolated. Okay. Team 3, Simon, Grant, and Tally. Who's your social? Okay, Grant, you're up.
Okay. So our problem was all the students went to cheer on Tally at his hockey semifinals. Unfortunately, some people were sick and couldn't make it. About 45% were able to attend. What percentage were not able to attend? So first we have to isolate the variable.
Well, what's your equation first?
So our equation would be, so 100% of the people were supposed to come, but 45% made it. The other got sick. So our equation was 45 plus P, which is meant for percentage, equals 100.
Very good. Okay.
So now we would subtract 45 from both sides to get P itself, and so 100 subtract 45 would equal 55. So now, in order to check our answer, we would take 55% plus 45%, and that would equal 100. So our answer is 55% of the people are not able to attend.
Okay, very, very good. Excellent instruction, Grant. Okay, you guys, very good. So our mental math, again, was to help us with being able to follow the instructions of the solving problems. And it's very important now that we understand the steps, the basic steps, because these problems are going to grow more challenging as we grow in our math. So the steps are always the same. They don't change, right? So you want to always find your variable is whatever the unknown is, what you're looking for. And then you want to have an equation. It's not always enough to just know how to solve it, because a lot of times you're going to have to show your work. And if you can see what the equation is, then it should spark your memory as to now how to go about solving it and then how to check it. Okay, any questions? All right, so we're gonna move into the next seminar.
I fixed it.
That's good? Yeah,
Kept doing, it kept like asking me to select a picture and I turned into a baby.
oh no, that's not good. Okay, our next one,
But I got rid of it. I had to press like this little trash can button that was like really hidden.
okay, so we're on debate, you guys. So get your maps out. Cartography is next. All right, your best map. So did you find that this week was a little bit easier since we live in the US? So, right, we live in the US.
And it's funny because this year for foundations, they're learning the states and capitals.
Right, right. So did you find this to be a little bit easier versus Canada? I hope so, because I did. I was like, oh yes, we're home. So we know home a lot better than we probably know the rest of the world, right? And we've kind of been through this before. So I'm hoping that this is an easier 2 weeks. And it's a little bit lighter. If anything, the newer things might be when you get to your features next week. Although many of those should be reviewed also.
I've been working ahead because I'm gonna be away next week, and there are a lot of rivers for the features.
Right. Okay. So we're gonna actually play a little game of review today after you show me your beautiful maps of what you've been working on this week. Let's see, it's 10:11. Okay, hold them up so I can see them. Hold it down a little bit. Oh, good job, William. Your features in there already. Good job. Okay, good job, Shiloh. Is that Hawaii and Alaska down in the bottom there? Oh, I like how you did that. Yeah, so in some maps, they kind of included Alaska with Canada because of where it's located. So good job. Hold on, I don't see everybody here. Okay, who's next? Russell, you got something to show me today? No, did you draw it all this week? Okay, so we're all grown in our drawing. I'm gonna show you guys mine next week. I've been doing mine in, what you call it, dry erase. So I don't have anything to save, but next week I'm gonna do it in pencil and save it. Let me see, Eden, what you got for me? Hold it up a little bit. Okay, very good. Very good. Did anybody try adding Canada at all this week? Okay. Was that easy, hard?
I did Canada with 2. It wasn't really hard, I don't think. It might have actually been easier.
Yeah.
So I started by drawing the U.S. and I didn't realize, I guess, how big Canada was in relation to the U.S. So
Yeah.
it's by itself, but I like wrote the bottom ones.
Mhm.
Kind of got like cut off because unless I had to make the U.S. smaller to make Canada fit.
Yeah, that's what I was finding too in terms of size. I kind of had to draw the border, the southern border of Canada, because the lakes kind of go up into there a little bit so that you could not have, because I tell you, if you weren't looking, I had a lake that was all the way kind of west, and I was like, oh, that's not right. So I had to do it again. So Graham, let me see what you got for me. Oh, you got the bigger paper. I see you. Okay, very good. Very good. So is this one easier or harder than Canada?
Just the United States or Canada and the United States?
Comparing the United States to Canada, would you say it's easier or harder?
Harder.
Harder, why?
It's a lot more like labeling.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to like figure out, like, cause some of my things don't really line up very well with this.
Mr. Mia?
Yeah, hold on, Simon. Grant is still speaking.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Well, yeah, the smaller states on the east side up towards more Maine, it was kind of hard to like fit them all in there.
Yeah.
because The first I did the big side first, and so I had to like squeeze everything else in.
Yeah, I had that same issue. That northeast region right there. That right there was it was a challenge. Hello, we're in challenge. It was a challenge. They're so little. And
Mr. Mia?
yes.
So there's still the chat open.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, I know why. Thank you for that.
If you go to Zoom meeting settings, it should let you disable it.
Yeah, I know, but I have to come out to do that. So it's because I use Zoom all week. So I forgot to disable it. So I just have to,
Your U.S. map.
I recorded, so we can use it for today. You can use it responsibly. I still prefer you to speak to me to answer questions. If you need to use it to let me know that you're going to the bathroom or something like that, that's fine. But I don't want you using it for anything other than that unless you've been instructed to. Cool? Can you give me a thumbs up for that? All right, perfect. Thank you, Simon, for letting me know that. I had no idea it was open. Okay. Good job, Tally. Okay, very good. Did you find that the East Coast was challenging to do?
Yeah,
Northeast, yeah.
it was hard to fit them in.
Yeah.
Mr. Mia, I was wondering which of you did the outline first, because I always draw. I draw the states in, because I mean you're not scrambling to fit everything in. But if you draw the outline, then you can be.
Right. How many of you do that, take that method? You draw the outline first and then you fill in the states. I should try that because I don't even think
I don't do that.
that might help be able to fit it under Canada the way it's supposed to be fit.
I don't do that. I do the other way.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll try that way this week too. Thank you for that suggestion. How about you, Kendall? Can I see yours? hold it a little closer for me. Okay, I love that you're using that long paper too. How did you find it? Did you do the outline first or did you do it state by state?
I say
State by state. How many of you did it state by state? Raise your hand. Okay. So Shiloh, you did the outline first? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna try that.
I feel like it makes the outside seem a lot straighter, and then
Yeah.
it lines up with Canada better too.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It'll line up with Canada better if I do the outline first. I'm gonna try that this week. Okay, very good. So today we do a little quiz. So I'm thinking this is home, right? US is home. So this should really be review. We are gonna look at this cute little thing I found. And we'll again do our, oh wait, I need to open it first. We'll also do our, the Satera little quiz. We should all get great times, I guess, until we get to the features. So Satera has, I think I counted like over 30 ways that you can go about learning the US territories. You can do it in quadrants like the upper Northeast region or the Midwest. You can do it that way, or you can do it based on the features. They have so many different ways that I'll kind of pick one for us all to just kind of quiz ourselves on. What we're going to do today is, if I can open it, I'll try to open it. Hold on. We're going to do this beautiful little map I found. And I'm going to select a state, and then you're going to write down the state and the capital. How many of you know your postal abbreviations? Some of them are a little bit tricky, like Arkansas and Arizona. Those ones are a little bit tricky. So I want you to write down the capital city, comma, and then the postal abbreviation. That's what you'll write down on your whiteboard today, okay? Okay, let me share my screen. Here's this, it's so pretty. So for anyone who is still learning, Miss Jamia, I love color. I love color. Color is my life. And so I saw this map. Can you guys see this beautiful map? And it just, it made me smile with all those beautiful colors. Look at all those beautiful colors. Okay, so I'm gonna select a state, and I think it actually, does it tell you the state? It might tell you the state. So this will be a quiz of the capitals and your state abbreviation. Okay, so that's what I want to see on your whiteboard when you hold it up for me. Okay, are we ready? Is everyone draw? Ready? Let's go here first. Oh, it does tell me the state. Okay.
Did you send us a link to get there?
No, it should be on your screen. You should see something on your screen.
Yeah, but shouldn't I
What if
look it
you
up?
don't know the abbreviation for it? Because I don't know the abbreviation for this one.
Okay, so it's MT. MT, so you write down the capital, comma, and the postal abbreviation, which is MT. What'd you get?
Helena MT.
Yes, very good. Woohoo! Okay, let's go here. California. Does anyone know the postal abbreviation for that one? CA. What's our city? Call it out.
Sacramento.
Sacramento. There it is. All right, how about this big beauty right here? Texas.
Is
TX.
it TX?
TX.
On our maps, can we, do we have to do the abbreviations or can we write it out?
You can write it out, but it's probably helpful to know the abbreviations because you can write them a lot faster and you'll definitely be able to probably fit those into all of the states. But either would be acceptable. So what's Texas?
Austin.
Austin, very good. All right. Everybody should be able to call something out on this one. How about this beauty right here? Kansas. That would be KS.
Topeka.
Topeka. Sounds like a pudding, doesn't it? Okay.
Well, there's tapioca.
I know. It sounds like it could be a pudding. How about this one? Wisconsin is WI. WI.
St. Paul.
Madison.
Madison, sorry.
Which one is it?
Madison.
Madison, very good. Madison, Wisconsin. There we go. Okay, how about this one right here? Colorado, that's CO.
Denver.
Denver, yes. Let's pick a pink one for the girls. Oklahoma. What's that one?
Oklahoma City.
Very good. Oklahoma City, there we go. How about this one? Arizona.
Oklahoma's abbreviation.
Okay,
Phoenix.
Phoenix, very good. And let's see, Arizona is AZ. Phoenix. I have a friend's daughter's name is Phoenix. She's about to be a star. She just released her first album. Okay, here's my home state right here.
Albany.
Albany.
What's New York?
NY.
Yes, NY. And what's our capital?
Albany.
Albany. And you know what's interesting? So people in the South pronounce that Albany, right? When you see it, you automatically think short A, right? But if you go to New York, it's pronounced Albany. Albany. Are you going to Albany? All right. Okay, what about this one?
Augusta.
Good job, Augusta, Maine. Who remembers the song? All right, that's such a helpful song. And they switched it up a little bit. They changed the tune a little bit. It's like, no, bring back the old one. Okay, what about this one? Let's go down some of the
Abbreviation to Maine, MA.
It's
Concord.
What?
Concord.
me. Maine is
Concord.
Concord. Very good, Grant. Concord. Okay, how about let's go right here to Vermont. VT.
Montpelier.
Montpelier. Kendall. Montpelier. Okay, Russell, let me hear you on some of these. Massachusetts.
Austin.
Austin, Massachusetts. Is that how she says it? Let's see. That one is MA, William. That one's MA. So this cute little one right here.
Providence.
Island. Good job. Providence.
RI.
Yes, that's RI. Providence, Rhode Island. And how about this one right next to it? Connecticut.
Hartford.
Yes, Hartford, Connecticut.
Names abbreviations.
And that's CT. CT. And how about this one? Pennsylvania.
PA.
PA, yes, PA. Harrisburg, very good. Is that where Miss Julie is from, Pennsylvania? Is she from Pennsylvania? Okay, and then what is this right next to it?
Trenton, Jersey.
Trenton, that's NJ. Trenton, New Jersey is how they say it in Jersey. All
You're
right,
writing these down, or are we just like taking a quiz or something like that?
let's take a quiz. Look at the pretty colors.
You don't want us to write it down?
No, you don't need to. I want to see how fast you know it.
Jamia,
Yes.
what's the abbreviation for Maine?
For Maine was me, M-E.
Okay.
This little pink one right here.
Over.
Dover, D-D, Dover, Delaware. Very good. For Delaware, it's D-E, D-E. So we should know this one right here. What is, we should know that postal abbreviation.
MD.
MD. All right, let's go here. Ohio. What's that?
Columbus.
Columbus.
Columbus, Ohio. That's O-H. Okay, and how about, let's go to this pink one. Real quick.
Charleston.
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 I have a cabin in West Virginia. That's where we were like the past few days.
Okay, so
Was
that
fun.
is WV. That one should be easy to remember. How about this one? Simon, let me hear you.
Or Richmond? Are you?
Yes, Richmond, Virginia. That's VA. VA. How about this right here?
Lansing.
Lansing.
Good job. Michigan is Lansing. How about this one?
Indianapolis.
Yes, Indianapolis. That's
Wait, Mr. Mia, how many subjects do we have done?
1.
Their second, I think.
right. This is our second. How about this one? Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Frankfurt is K-Y. K-Y. North Carolina.
Raleigh.
Raleigh.
Raleigh, very good. Raleigh, North Carolina. How about this one? Tennessee.
Nashville.
Nashville, Tennessee. That is TN. How about South Carolina, SC? What's that?
Columbus. Columbus.
Columbia.
Columbia. Yes, Columbia.
Columbia.
Good job, Kendall. And what is this state right
I mean, yeah, Atlanta.
now? Georgia. Very
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
That's GA. How about this hot state right here?
Tallahassee.
Tallahassee, Florida.
Very good. Tallahassee, Florida. All right. How about this one? Alabama.
Montgomery, Alabama.
Florida.
Montgomery.
Montgomery. And that's AL. AL, Montgomery, Alabama. How about this one? Mississippi.
Jackson, Mississippi.
Jackson.
And so that's Mrs., like MS. That's the abbreviation for that one. And that one was Jackson. Jackson, Mississippi. Okay, how about here?
Springfield.
Illinois.
Springfield, Illinois. How about this one?
Missouri.
Jackson City,
Missouri is MO. So all those M states, they're not always obvious. So Missouri is MO, because I would think Missouri would be MI, right? But that's Michigan. So Missouri is MO, Jefferson City.
Lincoln.
Lincoln, Nebraska. Okay, how about this one? Iowa.
Des
Moines.
Des Moines. How many said Des Moines? Oh, let me plug in my computer. Hold on. We don't need it to die. All right, how about this one? Minnesota.
St.
Paul.
Paul.
Honolulu.
Oh, shall we go to Honolulu? What's this one?
Honolulu.
Honolulu.
Very good, Simon.
Yay.
Let's go back to the west. What's that?
Olympia.
Olympia.
Olympia. How many have been to the West Coast?
Not me. Actually, I have when I was like 8.
I went last year.
Baby.
Okay, did you drive?
No, we flew for my grandparents' anniversary.
Oh, how sweet. What part of the West Coast did you go to?
We went to the Puget Sound and we caught 2 crabs and we tried to go swimming, but it was way too cold. I actually got my head underwater a couple times.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, so we're at Oregon.
Probably
Salem.
we probably went to the
Salem.
of it.
Salem, Oregon.
How about
Phoenix,
this one?
Arizona. Actually,
Carson
sorry,
City.
that's Nevada, Carson City.
Carson City, very good. How about Utah?
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City, Utah. How about this one? Idaho.
Boise.
Potato. I know.
Boise, Idaho.
Boys, you got me thinking potato. Wyoming.
Cheyenne.
Cheyenne, Wyoming. What about this one? North Dakota.
Bismarck.
Bismarck.
South Dakota.
Yeah.
Pierre.
Pierre.
PA.
Santa Fe.
Santa Fe.
Okay. Okay, we're back here. Arkansas.
Little Rock,
Rock.
Arkansas.
Little Rock, Arkansas.
Baton Rouge.
Emo-
Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And
Red Baton.
Juneau,
Red
Alaska.
Stick.
good job, Alaska. Very good. Juneau, Alaska. I'll send you guys out this link. There were other games.
What is that thing?
here. This was called just
What are
World
those?
Games. Those are clouds. Don't they look like clouds?
Are they floating up?
But why are they doing that?
Because we got 100%.
So what's the? But why? Why clouds? Why not like stars or something?
I don't know. We'll have to write the gamers for that one. I'm not so sure, but let's. Okay, so. Oh, why does it look like that?
Oh wait, can we have a break? Because I'm getting kind of hungry.
Yeah, we're getting ready to have a break in just a minute.
Yay.
Yes.
On current slide. Okay. So we just did this, right? And so this week, as you saw, I don't know how many of you were able to see Williams Night, but this week is going to be the feature. So next Friday, we have our quiz because we only spend 2 weeks at home. We spend 2 weeks at home. So we have our blank quiz next week, and I will put up some things for us to review some of the features too this week. So that
What
when
is the blue book?
Friday,
What is the blue book?
Simon, I'm going to ask that you not interrupt me when I'm speaking. I'll let you know that in a moment. Okay, so Friday we will have our assessment. And again, don't panic. How many of you think you want to open book for the features portion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll do it like we did before. We'll do 10 minutes closed book and 5-minute open book with the features, okay? But 10-minute closed book, so I'm expecting that states and capitals, you guys got that. We're home, right? We're at home, so it should be reviewed for everybody. So we are gonna break.
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
I'm not gonna be here next week, so I think I'm gonna miss the assessment.
Okay,
So I could try it on my own.
That's the Pictionary thing.
you can, and if you want, William, you can take a picture and have your mom send it to me. And I'll take a look at it.
I might do that. I might do that tomorrow.
Okay. Yes, Kendall? You got a question? You're froze. You're froze, Kendall.
And also, I'm not gonna be in class next week. Yes.
Okay. So, William, I'll have some things in the classroom so that you're working ahead. So whatever you need to turn in, you'll turn into your folders like normal, right? And Kendall, you're froze. So we were gonna practice for just a few minutes drawing, okay? And I'm gonna practice with you on the whiteboard behind me, and then we will end and we will break. So we're gonna spend about 2 minutes just practicing. I'm gonna try Shiloh's approach. Try the whole big thing first and fill in some things. So can you guys see my board behind me? Not right here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try it too. So two minutes. We got 2 minutes left in class. So let's
Is
try.
this from memory?
Yes,
Is this from memory?
if you can, that'd be awesome. For me, it's not. I just had a birthday, you guys, so my short-term memory doesn't stay with me very long. So I need to look at something. All right, let's try it.
Can we go?
Yes, go. How'd you do? How'd you guys do? Oh, look at that, Grant. That's beautiful. Good job, you guys. You see mine up here. I tell you that Northeast gets me every time. Oh, look at you, Eden. Good job. So you find it easy to draw state by state. Yeah. Okay, very good, you guys. So look, we're gonna break until 11 o'clock. I have an appointment at 10:45 in 3 minutes, and it's supposed to only be 10 minutes. So come back at 11 o'clock. Okay, I'll be ready for you at 11. So you have 15 minutes today. All right. All right, guys. I'll see you soon. 11. Oh,
Do you want us to stay on the meeting? Or do you want okay.
stay on your meeting. Let me pause. Would somebody remind me to unpause the recording? Recording. Share my screen. Why is there like two things open? Okay, so let me get a show of hands. Did you find, whoops, did you find Latin to be a little bit easier this week? It should have been a lot of review. Yes? Okay, good. Because next week is on and popping with third declensions. And then we'll have like some extra time with the third declensions because it can be a little spicy. But spicy doesn't mean bad. Spicy just means different, right?
I started.
Okay, so let's review. We're gonna hone in on this review every class so that we pound these things in that we're learning from week to week. Because I'm finding this is my, let's see, transparency. You know what that means? What's transparency? William, what's transparency?
Being able to see through something.
Oh, wait. I had you guys on mute. Wait, I can't hear you. Okay, what's transparency?
Being able to see through something.
Right, so Miss Jamia is about to give you full transparency. I've been through Latin 4 times, four, and I'm only just now starting to understand it. You know what's different this time? That I'm like doing all the work right along with you. Before, I was trying to kind of look at stuff and not look at stuff and look at stuff and not look at stuff. Latin doesn't work that way. You will never get anywhere when you do it that way. I have learned for the 4th time of attempting it, and now I finally understand it because I should have just been doing it from the beginning. That's the lesson here. Okay, so review is super important so that as you're learning the new things, you don't forget the old things, right? Okay, so you should have seen these questions last week. What 4 things do all Latin nouns have? Uh-oh, we lost somebody. Who did we lose? We lost somebody. Was that Simon? Yeah, okay. What 4 things do all Latin nouns have?
Declension.
Yes?
Gender,
Gender,
number,
number,
Gender.
very good. Declension, gender, number, and case. Very good. How many Latin genders are there?
3,
3.
3. And what are they?
Masculine,
neuter,
feminine.
feminine.
Very good. Okay, tell me about the gender of the first declension.
Mostly feminine.
Except
Oh.
for, yeah, 1.
Except when? What's the exception?
Unless they're specifically naming something that is generally a masculine.
Very good, very good. Okay, how many Latin numbers are there?
2,
2. What are they?
Singular and plural.
plural,
Very good. So that should be very familiar to us, right, with English. Okay, how many Latin noun cases?
5,
More than 5.
5 that we're learning now. 7, I think.
Right. So we are actually focused on 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, we're focused on 5. There are actually 7, but we are focused on 5. Very good. And what are they?
Nominative, genitive, dative, accusative, ablative, and then I don't know the other 2.
Right. We don't need to know the other 2 for right now. We'll introduce those when it's time, which will be later on. And I believe it's challenge 1 when you'll learn those. Okay. How many Latin declensions are there? 5. Very good. And what are they called? This is the hardest question ever.
First declension.
2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Very good. Very good. So where in the world is Simon? He did not come back yet. Okay. How can you tell which declension a Latin noun belongs to?
Genitive singular ending.
Very good. The genitive singular ending. And how do we locate the stem?
Drop the ending.
The ending.
Of which one? Of which case? Right, the genitive singular case.
Genitive singular.
Right, and then that's how we find the stem. Very good. So how do you decline a Latin noun?
You drop the stem, or I think it was, and then
The ending, you drop the ending.
drop the ending. And then you see what the ending is.
Okay, so you drop the ending to find the stem, then you put the endings of whatever declension it belongs to, right? Okay, very good. And, okay, there we go. There's Simon. Okay, what's the difference between masculine and neuter?
Sorry, it kind of got out and I didn't know how to get back in.
Okay, welcome back, Simon. Simon Pineapple. You gonna change your feedback? Okay, what's the difference between masculine and neuter?
In the second declension, you mean?
Yes.
Masculine has us and neuter has and then you learn masculine in CC, but then I thought of it but then to the same tune you can also sing neuter. It just has a couple of different words. I mean endings.
So you named two different endings. What case do I look at to find those endings?
Nominative, and
Right.
then there might be a different one in the plural.
Okay, so the nominative singular ending is what I need to look at. And to give you a hint about third declension, it will be the nominative singular that you'll need to look at for third declension too. So there'll be a lot more endings that we're going to learn for third declension, but we want to hone in on second declension today. Okay. So which cases are Latin prepositions followed by? Shiloh. It'll be two cases that we looked at last week too, and you should have looked at this week in your exercises. You remember? What are the last two cases? The object of the preposition, which one is that? Do you know our little acronym? No gentle dogs act abrasively. You like that, don't you? I'm giving that to you. That helps you to remember the cases. So the last two cases are A, B, and AC. What do they stand for?
Ablative and accusative.
Very good. So those are the two cases that we use for prepositions. So did you guys get my little acronym? No gentle dogs act abrasively.
You could change it to no. Wait. Yeah. Never mind.
You have one? Does anyone have a different one?
No, I was thinking if you're just using the first letter and not the whole abbreviation, then you could do aggressively, because I don't know what abrasively really means.
Oh, act abrasively. Oh, okay. Well, I have AC and AB so that we know the difference between the AC and AB. That's why I have those
What
there.
does abrasively mean?
Kind of just hard. It's the opposite of gentle. No gentle dog, it's the opposite. So if you have a dog that's gentle, then you know he doesn't really maybe jump up on people. He's very gentle. But then if you have an abrasive dog, especially the bigger dogs that don't even realize their size, I used to have one of those. When my dog stood up on her hind legs, she was 5'9". So she was as big as me. I'm 5'9 3/4. And she looked like a wolf. She was a white shepherd. So she could be pretty scary if she was just running and jumping on somebody, and she might think she's being gentle, but she's not to the person that she's jumping up on, right? So that is meant to help you to remember your noun cases. No gentle dog acts abrasively. Hopefully that'll help you. It helped me to remember them. Okay, so our next one is, can you guys see that last one? It's like all the way down there at the bottom. From what we've learned so far, which prepositions are followed by the accusative case and which ones are followed by the ablative case? Grant.
Cum and in are followed by the ablative, and propter and post are followed by the accusative.
Very good. And so the little thing that I had there to help me remember was PAC, P-A-C. Propter and post start with P's, right? And then I know that AC is the case that they use. So that meant that cum and in were ablative. I don't know if that helps you, but it helped me. PAC, like, you guys aren't too young to know about Pac-Man, are you? Do you know Pac-Man?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not dating myself here. All right. Okay. Yes, Russell, Pac-Man. Okay. How about this one? What are the case endings of the first declension? You can sing it if it helps.
I am a singular first declension.
Very good.
East.
Right. Thank you, William. Bringing it back home to us, right? So if you can even just sing those endings every day, you guys, it'll get in there. Can you see my little cheat sheet I have? Can you see that? You see that? So it has all the declensions written on it that I have out whenever I do my Latin work. And it has some helpful things on the back too, but this right here is everything to my Latin. Because you know, sometimes, depending on what time you choose to do it, your brain can go a little haywire looking at all those declensions all at the same time, right? Am I the only one that happens to? Okay, very good. So if you have something there to refer to, I can even send you guys this if you think you want to print it out, have it out with you all the time. Would that be helpful? Yes, if you're not going to use it, then I don't need to send it to you. But if you think you'll use it, I certainly will put it in the classroom. You guys can print it. And you don't have my beautiful little laminator, so I can't laminate it for you, but I definitely can send it to you if that would
Have a
be.
laminator.
Okay, yay!
We have a laminator.
We have a laminator.
Right, so I will send it to you and think of Miss Jamia as you are laminating your declensions, your noun declensions. All right. How can you tell if a noun belongs to the second declension?
If it ends in us, if the nominative case ends in us or am.
Okay, not the nominative case.
Oh,
How do we tell?
the genitive case ends in e.
Right, very good. So remember, we always tell the declension by the genitive singular ending. We can tell the gender by the nominative singular ending, okay? All right, very good. Next one. What do we know about the forms of the verb sum? Howie.
I was just gonna say that Simon has his hand up.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, he sure does. Yes, Simon. Thank you, Tal.
Yes, can I go stick something in the microwave, please?
Yes, you may. Lower your hand. I didn't know that I could do that. Okay, very good. All right, what do we know about forms of the verb sum? Grant.
That they're linking verbs.
They are linking verbs. Very good. What else do we know about them? Where do we find them in a sentence? Different than other verbs. Where do we find the forms of sum in a sentence?
Anywhere.
Anywhere. And remember the other verbs. Where do we find the other verbs?
At the end.
Right, at the end. Very good. And you probably should have seen some examples of that in your exercises. Sometimes sum was at the very beginning, right? Okay, very good. Is that it? Okay, one more. What do we know about Latin predicate nominatives? They say predicate nouns in your Latin text.
They're in the nominative case.
Very good. We have a rule that says that, right? What do they have to do with linking verbs?
The subject and nominative are joined by linking verbs.
Okay, I think what you said, Kendall, is that they're followed by a linking verb. Is that right? Give me a thumbs up if that's what you said. Yes, okay, yes, very good. So just like in English, remember, predicate nominatives or predicate nouns is what the Henley text calls them. They're followed by linking verbs. So what question is that in our question confirmation? Can it do what to the subject?
Replace or describe.
Right, so not describe, but replace, right? Can it replace the subject? If it can replace the subject, then it is a predicate noun or predicate nominative, and we use the nominative case.
Also, I've changed my name again. I am now Simon Lemon.
Okay, thank you, Simon. All right, so review our genitive singular endings tell us what declension. So I have not filled in the third declension yet. You will be entering into that territory this week. And so when we get to it next week, we will review all the fun things that you looked at this week. So first declension ends in AE. Second declension ends in E.
Third declension ends in
What?
east.
Yes, very good. Ends in east. And so that various, when we learned the song Various, there's so many different endings. I was like, oh, that's why they said that in the song, because there's no way that you could fit all the different endings into the tune and it fit. So we're going to review this week. Indirect objects, Latin, uses the dative case. So in our no gentle dog, right? That's the third one, dative, and that is our indirect object. And what's the meaning?
Indirect object.
Right, so what is the meaning of the dative? When we translate it, what is it? What will it say? Just like nominative says the and whatever the noun is, what does the indirect object say, the dative case?
To the whatever.
Right, so it'll be to or for. To or for whatever the noun is, okay? And this was the example that we looked at last week, and it can be written either way. So it's important that you go through your question confirmation to ask the questions to find the indirect object. So it can be written, Christians gave glory to God, or Christians gave God glory. So in English, we don't normally have to in front of our indirect object, right? We don't normally see it. Sometimes to is used as a preposition, right? So you have to ask the questions to see if it answers the indirect object question. And then here was our translation in English. The subject was Christians. The verb was gave. The transitive verb was gave. Direct object was glory. Gave what? Glory. To whom? Indirect object, God. The same for both. And then here was the translation in Latin. Our subject was plural. How many of you are sometimes getting or forgetting singular versus plural when you translate your exercises? Okay, me too. Me too, because I'll go and I'll look at the answer and I'll be like, oh man, that's right, it was plural. And I did write down plural, and still my brain is looking at the singular and I write down singular. Is that only me that happens to? Okay, very good. So we are right here. Let me tell you, we're right here. So even sometimes writing it down, I think I have to say it out loud. I have to say, and I do my Latin at 4:30 in the morning. How many of you are up? Can I call you if I need some help? Are you sleeping real good at 4:30? So I can't call you if I need extra help. That's not good. Miss Jamia is all by herself. So, okay, so I have to say it out loud. Plural subject, and then immediately I end up going to my declension and I write down plural. So subject is plural, our verb is our third person plural for NT. Our direct object is singular, and our indirect object is the dative singular. And then that was it. Oh, that was it translated in Latin. Okay, so now this is what, oh no. Hold on. Don't look at the answers, close your eyes. Let me fix it. Close your eyes. Oh no, you guys weren't supposed to see all the answers. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. This is supposed to be something we're working on together. Just give me 2 minutes to get it right. I knew I went through this. Okay, 2 more seconds. Fly in, fly in, fly in. This is 3. Fly in. Fly in and fly in. Okay, did I do it to the other ones? I did, I just missed that slide. Okay, we're all set now. Yeah, how helpful would that be if you see all the answers? All right, let's try this again. Don't look at the answers. Okay. Thank you for covering your eyes. Okay, so we are going to go from Latin to English. Tell me, is it easier to go from English to Latin or Latin to English? Let me hear you.
English.
Latin to English?
Latin to English.
English to Latin.
Okay, I'm right with you, Tally.
Latin to English.
To English. Okay, Kendall.
Latin to English.
Okay, Simon, how about you? Unmute.
Can we open our eyes?
I don't know. They're both pretty easy. I think Latin to English though.
Okay, you think that that's the easiest or the hardest?
The easiest.
Okay, very good. How about you, Russell? Are we good? Can I hear you yet?
Can we
Oh,
open our eyes?
Latin to English, is that what that means? Can I see your face and you give me a thumbs up?
Can we open our eyes yet?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so it's easier for you. Russell, can you keep your camera on, please? Thank you. Okay, I find it easier to do English to Latin because it's easier for me to question confirm the English first and then go to the Latin because it's more familiar for me. So I find it interesting that most of you said it was easier for you to do Latin to English. Very interesting. Okay, so try your hand at pronouncing that. I'm still working on my pronunciations. Eden, you want to try?
I don't know how.
You want to try? We have to try. We all have to try.
Deus filio regnum Dei.
Yeah, that's great. That's probably exactly how I may have said it. I think when I say Latin, it sounds like Spanish. Because I think that's the most familiar foreign language to me is Spanish. So I'm rolling R's and all of that. Okay, so what did we do first?
Identify the verb or the subject.
Right. So you want to identify the verb first. What's our verb?
He, she, it, gave.
Gave.
Right, gave. So did it is our verb. And what person is that? Let me grab a whiteboard. Do, do, do. Remember our OST, must distance. What person is that? Deus filio.
Third person plural.
Yes, that is first person. Remember our T, if you underline the T, it's our first person plural, right? OST, first person, he, she, it, gave, right? And so that's our verb. You want to label that verb.
Do you want us to write on our whiteboard what we think it is, the answer?
Yes. Go ahead and write on your whiteboard. I took these straight from your exercises, so they should be review. God, what is that? God gave the kingdom to the Son. Okay, Grant, thank you. Oh, William, I can't see that. I can't see that.
You want me to use regular paper or a notebook card?
Can you please? Thank you.
Okay,
God.
I'll just for now tell you that.
To the Son. Okay. Thank you, Kendall.
God gave the kingdom to the Son.
Okay, very good. Kendall, did you draw all those beautiful flowers on there? Or did it come like that? Anybody else? God gave the kingdom to the Son. Okay, very good, very good. Yes, Simon. Let me see what you have. Did you write it down? Can you write it down, please? Rasul, can I see yours? And can you put your camera on, Rasul, and keep it on, please? I think the chat is working, Russell. You can write it in the chat. Erase that and write it in the chat. How do I get to the chat again? Oh, there it is. Okay, you were indisposed. Okay. Okay, we're translating, Russell. Can you write that for me in English? Write what it means in English.
There.
God gave his Son the kingdom. Okay, thank you, Grant. Oh, Simon.
I don't think we learned pronouns like his yet.
No, well, remember the
There are
pronoun,
no pronouns in Latin. It's just it's like invisible.
right, it will be included in the verb.
So it could be his son or the son.
Right, it could be, well, it probably wouldn't be his son. I think there was one of the answers in the exercises that had his in parentheses. Do you remember that? I remember seeing an answer that had like his in parentheses this week. I can't remember which problem that was. But let's go through this one together. So first, we said that we would identify the verb, right? The verb was deaded. And when we look at all of our endings, I like to go through and underline all my endings, either underline them or circle them so that I know kind of what case to look for. So here I have my verb, and now I want to find my subject. So my subject is going to be deus, right? And deus is what declension? Second declension. And so what case is deus if it's my subject?
Nominative.
Right, nominative. And is it plural or singular?
Singular.
Singular. Okay, very good. So now filio is what case? Well, what declension? What declension first?
Second declension.
Second declension. And what case is it?
Dative.
Right, it's dative. So I know that this is going to be my indirect object, right? So that's going to be a to the son or a for the son. I know that. And then regnum, what declension is regnum?
Second declension neuter.
Right, second declension neuter. And what case is it?
Direct or accusative.
Right, accusative, and that's our direct object. And so that means this is our transitive verb, right? And so now I would write it in English. So God, my verb, gave to the Son the kingdom. I think someone had gave the kingdom to the Son. Did I see that? Did I see someone have that? Yes, very good, Russell. So it's important that we figure out which is the indirect object and which is the direct object, right? That'll help us with the order. So I think I have the answer here. God gave royal power to his son. So yeah, this was the one that had the parentheses in the answer key, right? Because God wouldn't refer to Jesus as the son. He would refer to him as his son, I guess. So either would be correct. Okay. Our next one. Let me see you do this one. Amico gladium dedit. Was that pronunciation good? I sound like a real Latin finesser. And regnum, remember, also can be kingdom or royal power. He gave the sword to the friend. Okay, very good, Grant. He gave the sword to the friend. Good job, William. He gave the friend the sword. Okay, Eden. Gave the sword to the friend. Okay, he gave the, okay, good job, Callie. Kendall.
Mr. Mia,
Yes.
can I be excused for a second?
Yes. Can I see your Latin real quick before you're excused?
I only got the first one done. Here. Wait. Yeah.
Okay, Simon, we've been sitting here for a few minutes. What have you been doing for the second one?
I was thinking about it, and I can give you the answer verbally, I guess.
Okay,
Meanwhile, to find this thing though.
can you write the answer on your sheet? Gave the sun.
There isn't really any eraser that I can erase with though, so I kind of don't.
Okay, are you writing on a whiteboard like a sheet projector?
Yeah, but
You want
not.
a paper towel or something?
I can't really get one. I don't have any moments.
Okay,
But
everyone
I
has-
can write it down.
Yeah, tell me what you think this one is.
He gave his friend a sword.
Okay, he gave the sword to a friend, or he gave his friend the sword. Either is correct, as long as the friend is playing the role of the indirect object. So remember, it was key that we looked at the example that we gave so that you can see it can come in two ways, and either way would be correct. Okay, go ahead, Simon, if you have to be excused. Okay, number 3, try this one. Deus Christo teram dedit. That was better, wasn't it? No, that was better. I'm getting better with each one. Okay, God gave Christ the land. Okay, very good, William. God gave Christ the earth. Land, earth, we'll take both. God gave the earth to Christ. Good job. God gave Christ to, what's that say, Eden? God gave Christ what?
To the earth.
To the earth. I think it's switched. The earth. What is that? Taram. Taram is our direct object. Okay, good job, Russell. Let's see what we have here. Tally, God gave the earth to Christ. Okay, he gave what? The earth to whom? To Christ, right? Those are our questions. Okay, here is your English. God gave the earth to Christ. If we had it the other way, it'd be God gave Christ the earth. So either way would be right. Okay, did I just have 3 here? No, I have 4. Okay, number 4. 2 participants raised their hands. Grant. Yes.
I have an acronym for the cases.
Oh, okay, share.
So it's new guys don't argue ambitiously.
Oh, that's a good one. New guys. Wait, say it again.
New guys don't argue ambitiously.
Don't argue. That's a good one. I'll share that in the classroom. Do you guys like that one? Feel free. Can they use it, Grant? Would that be awesome to use?
Sure.
Yes. Yes, I'll share any helpful. Does anyone else have any helpful hints that they share to remember the cases?
Could we think of them maybe over lunch break?
You certainly can.
I have one.
What do you have, Eden?
I think it's from like a Latin book I used last year, but I think it was like, never give David any apples.
That's cute. Never give David any apples. Okay, Vic, so you have the last two, you have AA. And for me, I needed to see that AC and that AB to know, to be able to decipher between accusative and ablative, which one came next. Very good. Okay, William, that orange one, can you read it out loud for me? I can't see the orange one.
God gave Mary's friend rewards.
Okay. Let me see what you guys have for number 4.
Miss Jamia,
Yes,
would it be more helpful if I wrote it on a whiteboard?
it probably would be. It's hard to see the colored pencils on the camera. God gave rewards to the friends of Mary. Okay, Shiloh. God gave Mary and friend rewards. All right. Kendall. Simon, can you write out number 4, please? God gave Mary. Hold it up some, Tally, for me. Friend rewards, okay. Don't forget your punctuation. Okay, Simon, you have something to show me? I can't see you with that filter you put back on there. There was a superhero that did that. I think it was the other Spider-Man, the evil Spider-Man that did that.
Venom.
Yeah, that's what I thought of. Okay. Who am I waiting for? Is that Rasul and Simon?
Isn't it the friends of Mary
Friends reward. Okay.
gave God's reward? No. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see what we have.
God rewarded friends of Mary. Right?
Okay, at this point, we're not working with past tense verbs yet. It's all present tense.
God gave reward.
So it's God gave rewards to the friends of Mary. Or it can be God gave, I forget how you flip it. God gave rewards. I can't remember now how to flip
God
it.
gave Mary's friends a reward.
Plural, I think.
Yes, because Mary is in the genitive case, right? Yes, so genitive case can also be our apostrophe S, right? So it would be, yes, who gave us that? Excellent. Who gave us, good job, Shiloh. So God gave Mary's rewards to the friends. Yes. Okay, so these indirect objects just still kind of getting those endings and figuring out. All right, as soon as we can find out the case, then if we write down the meaning exactly how we learned it in your what's the book called? The Latin exercise book. What's it called again?
Latin workspace.
Yes, thank you. If we can learn the meanings like genitive, subject,
Nominative.
Nominative subject, genitive possessive, dative indirect object, accusative direct object, ablative preposition, and then those meanings. Say those meanings with your memory work. Nominative is the and whatever the noun is. Genitive is of whatever the noun is. Or if you see apostrophe S, know that that's possessive. Okay? All right, so now let's review our prepositions. We have about 15 minutes before lunch. Prepositions. Remember, they don't change forms, but they govern a case. So they're always going to use either the ablative case or the accusative case. And the way that we remember the accusative could be pack, like Pac-Man. And that gives us our P prepositions, proctor and post, right? We'll always use the accusative case. Then cum
Excuse
and
me, Mr. Mia.
yes, Simon.
Wait, never mind. I was thinking of like a little thing,
A little
but I
acronym.
forgot it. It was like a little acronym, but I forgot it.
Oh, I guess it could be CAB.
Oh yeah, I remember. It was for a little acronym to remember all the things. You can make like a little picture on every like flashcard that reminds you of that thing, and soon you'll be thinking about it.
Right, very good, very good. Okay, so now let's practice translating our prepositions, okay?
Oh, also, you see this like little thing that I have behind me, like camouflaging me?
Yes.
There was like this huge flood, and there was like 2 or 3 deep foot water, and our backyard usually gets swamped with like even a teensy bit of rain. It was literally a lake.
Yeah, I did hear about that. Oh, is that a picture of your backyard?
Yeah, it is. But, there, see?
Yeah, I do see
It's
that.
really, really deep, if you couldn't tell.
Yeah, it rained pretty bad over the last couple
Yeah,
of days.
my friend and I, we went to the playground, and it was like actually 2 or 3 feet underwater, so it was like a pool, pretty much.
Okay, well,
It was
also
amazing.
keep you in prayer about that it doesn't cause any damage to the house.
I don't think so. It was a little bit yesterday, but it's fine.
Okay, thanks for sharing, Simon. Let's get back to our prepositions. All right, so you guys, I have 2 participants with their hands raised. Yes, Tally.
What's more important to get done during the week if we have a lot of exercise to do? Is it more important to do the Latin cards or the exercises?
You mean the cards in terms of the vocab?
Yeah.
So I would definitely push on with the vocab first, right? Making sure that you learn how to decline them. And then if you find yourself at kind of go time at like Thursday, just do one or two problems from your exercises. So say you spent, you find that it's Thursday and that you still have like 3 exercises to go. Then try to pick like one from the top and one from like the middle. Do those 2. Move on to the next one. One from the top, one from the middle. Because each exercise focuses on something different. So you don't want to not do it at all. And you'll see the exercises again. Okay, so if you reassess by Thursday. And if you find that it's a lot, I don't want you to feel overwhelmed. But what you can do now is make sure that you do a few from each that you are missing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, William.
Vocabulary, do you mean like going through our flashcards and
Yes.
studying all the words?
Yes. So if you see how your Latin workspace has you decline each vocab word as you get it, right? That's good practice to do. If you find that, because you're given, 6 or 7 vocab words per kind of unit, right? And so you're going to find that to decline your nouns, it might take you your full 15 or 20 minutes of your exercise time, right? Because I don't want you doing more than 60 minutes. So if you find that you're getting close to your 15 minutes, then say them out loud. Say the rest of them out loud. Come back to it if you ever have extra time. So then you're not completely avoiding it. You're still doing it, but now you're saying them out loud. So you're still doing it. Does that make sense?
When you say vocab words, do you just mean like all the Latin words that you get?
Right. Your new vocabulary that you get, I think, with kind of each declension.
So
You
like
get,
nouns and
right,
verbs?
nouns and verbs. Because what you want to understand is how to decline each declension. So when you're given a new vocabulary word, once you can determine what declension it goes to, then you'll know how to decline it, right?
I feel like you don't quite need 15 minutes to study your vocabulary. Like maybe I go through it once or maybe, I don't know, but it doesn't quite take me 15 minutes.
Okay, well, it might take different students different time, but if you find that it's taking you more than 15 minutes, then find a way to still put the quality in and to be able to get as much done as you can get done in the hour. Okay, so the vocab is important to know. And once you can assess what declension it goes to, then as long as you can memorize these, you should know, okay, that's first declension and it's for singular, and and is for plural, right? So the writing is extra so that you can see it. But if you find that you're running out of time, make sure you can identify what declension it belongs to and then say the endings of that declension. It's going to be helpful when you get to third declension and you have all those different various endings, okay? All right, so let's practice our prepositions. Your turn to play. Translate these from English to Latin. Mary is with Christ in heaven. How do I translate that into Latin?
Do you want us to do it on our whiteboard?
Yes, please. Did I just miss somebody? I missed somebody. Who? Is that Simon again? Yeah. In the chat. Okay, very good, William. Mary is with Christ in heaven. Okay, very good. Okay, Maria is the Latin of that. Kendall, a little closer for me. Maria, do you have Maria too? So remember, Mary is the name. Maria is the Latin name, okay? Maria is home. Okay, all right. So we have a few different subjects here. Okay, Russell, can I see yours? You working on it still? Okay. I got you, take your time. Maria es con Cristo en cielo. Okay, Eden, I got you. Remember, when it's heaven, we're supposed to capitalize it. I think that's what the book says. If it's referring to heaven and not the sky. What kind of sentence is this? The pattern, the subject pattern. Some meaning audio visual in connection with this meaning because I keep going out of the meaning for no reason.
Miss Jamia, do you have one more sentence before that I could try before
I do, but the next thing that's going to show is our answer.
okay.
I'm going to put up the answer now. These again are from your exercises, so you should have seen them before. So here's our translation, and you see I've highlighted our endings. So what declension is, Mary?
Nominative.
What declension?
First.
Right, first declension. And so we have est. You could have put est right after Maria. Either is fine since we find that anywhere in the sentence, right? est would be our third person verb. And then cum. So what case do we have with cum, with? Cab.
I fixed it, kind of.
Okay. What case comes with? For with the with preposition, what case do we use? Right, ablative. So Cristo should be in the ablative case. So then we would use our O ending. In Kalo, again, that is the ablative case. Kalo should be capitalized since we're talking about heaven. And let me try to pronounce it. Maria cum Cristo in Kalo est. To me, it sounds kind of Spanish. It sounds like I'm kind of trying to say it in Spanish. Okay, let's try one more, and then we'll break for lunch. All right, how about this one? After the war, the rewards of victory. After the war, the rewards of victory.
Excuse me, Mr. Meow.
Yes, Simon.
I think it was probably because I had a bunch of other like maybe 200 tabs open.
Oh, yeah, that's probably not good. You should probably close all those tabs.
Did.
Okay.
Oh, my camera's not on.
This one was a little more difficult, so
Okay, let me see what you got for me. Oh, did you write it smaller for me, William? Post bellum, premia Victoria. Okay, let me see your punctuation. Post bello. Okay, so I have a bello. Is that bello, Grant? Okay. Premia, okay. Post bellum. Okay, Eden, I got you.
I forgot the period before.
Okay, so remember, we need to figure out what case we need to use for that first preposition, after. What case do we use with after? That would be post, right? So pack, we need to use the accusative case for the object of the preposition. So it should be UM for the case for after, for post.
What's the answer?
So the answer is post bellum premia Victoriae.
Does it have to be an exclamation mark?
That's what the English was, so it should be the same in the Latin. Okay, and you see our endings there. I should have did our little ending for Bellum. But remembering with the prepositions, we have to remember which case goes with which prepositions. Okay, that's how we'll know the right ending to use. All right, guys, it's lunchtime. Woo! You made it through the first half of the day. Okay, I'll see you back at 12:30. All right, 12:30. You can just turn your cameras off, but stay in the Zoom, okay? Eat enough for me. I'll see you soon. Okay, pause recording. I'm recording. There we go. Thank you, Eden. Okay, so you guys got your stuff ready? Let's review our presentation skills. Who did I lose? I just lost somebody. Did I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it sounded like someone just
I
left.
lost my audio.
You lost
I
Mr.
accidentally
I think,
disconnected my
because
audio.
Michael went to his own.
Okay, Russell, can I hear you yet? Did you guys work on your audio?
I finished it.
Let me hear you, Russell. Okay, yay, there's that voice.
I did it. I redid it.
All right, perfect. I hear you, Russell. Okay, so our glows and our grows, you guys have your sheets handy? All right, yes, Tally.
I don't have anywhere to put my paper besides my lap. Do you have any suggestions?
That's a good question. Does anyone else have any suggestions?
Yeah, put it like right next to your camera. Like my hand is right next to the camera, but you can't really see it because it's not on the camera. So the camera does that instead of just going like a square. So you can put it like right next to the camera and you can read it and it will look like you're just looking at the camera.
You mean like a teleprompter? That might not work exactly because your camera's not exactly in the middle of the words and the sheet's probably going to be full.
Right, and you're working on a Chromebook, right? So can you lay it against your Chromebook, Tally?
I think so.
If you lay it a little bit like on your keyboard, but like below your camera. I think
Yeah.
that's good.
Those are all helpful suggestions. Because I keep my lesson plan, but see, you know what? Miss Jamia's keyboard doesn't work. So I have a whole separate keyboard. So this part of my laptop is almost like a stand where I can just lay all kinds of papers and tools and stuff there and then look at you guys. So I can kind of cheat, but if it were really working, then I wouldn't be able to lay it there. I might have to kind of lay it to the side and learn to I also try to make my print really big. A, because Miss Jamia is blind, you guys already know that. And B, because it's easier for me to kind of scan and look and then look at the camera.
What did you say?
If you remember, one of the things that we worked on with the keyword outlines with the tailback, it was look at your line, get a sentence in your mind, and then present to the camera or present to your audience. And you want to kind of present your papers in the same way. So if you've practiced it enough at home, a lot of it should be already there. But it's something to practice. And you'll be able to see it when we do the recordings next week. You'll kind of see what works, what doesn't work. Try it in different places, Tally, next week, where you can see for yourself what works well and what doesn't. Okay? All right.
Are we gonna have is this session taking 15 minutes with a 10-minute break? Can we have a 5-minute break?
We can.
Because
We
I
can.
have to do something after this for LTW.
Okay, yes. I would love for us to spend, we might have to use the full hour for LTW because we're adding in a new part for invention. So let's see how far we can get with research, okay? I might be able to pull a little bit of time from research, take a 5-minute break, and then we go right into LTW. Does that sound good? All right. So just a reminder,
Wait, what's our estimated finishing time?
it's
March 3rd.
3:30 or sooner.
What?
It's 3:30 or sooner. It's always 3:30.
Last time it was 4.
No, it wasn't.
We did not end at 4 last week. We ended at 3:30 last week. Okay, so it can be sooner if away breaks, right? I think the first day, well, when we were doing our hybrids, of course, it was later than 4 because we started later when we came back for the half day. But okay, let's get to it. So this is a reminder of our actions and things that we're looking for, our actions in our speech, 1 glow and 1 grow, and I will select a classmate to be able to go ahead and give a comment, a glow and a grow per presentation, okay? I want you to get used to hearing feedback. You're gonna hear it for the rest of your academic career. All right, who's up first? Let's do an order like we did last time. Okay, William, you're gonna go first? Can you write the order down again for me, please? So who wants to go second? Who's second? Simon is second. Who's third? Shiloh is third. Kendall is fourth. Eden is fifth. Grant is sixth. Rasul is seventh. There's 8 of you, isn't it?
Howie.
Towie. And Towie is 8th.
Could you repeat the order one more time, please?
The order is William, Simon, Shiloh, Kendall, Eden, Grant, Razul, Howie.
Thank you.
Mr. Mia, there's usually a problem when I can't write fast enough for the glow and grow, because I usually have to listen to like the whole thing before I do it.
Okay, you should have your sheet printed in front of you. Remember, I sent that to you, and it should
Wait, you do? What sheet? The glow and grow thing?
Yes.
Let me get that.
I never printed that.
Yeah, me neither. I needed to. One sec.
I never
Okay. You don't need to print it right now, Simon. So you guys know in the future, print it out so that all you have to do is circle it. You don't have to write anything. You'll just circle, this is what your classmate did great, and this is what they need to work on. And you just have to circle it, okay? All right, let me put this on.
Is there one specific classmate we should be listening to and finding the glow and grow for?
Shall we pick now? Maybe that's more helpful, right? Okay. Do you want to pick or do you want me to pick for you?
You can just pick.
Okay, so I'm gonna make it easy. I'm looking at my boxes here.
Me.
Kendall, you do Grant, and Grant, you do Kendall. Eden, you do William. William, you do Eden. Towie, you do Shiloh. Shiloh, you do Towie. Rasul, you do Simon. Simon, you do Rasul. Is that everybody? Perfect. So remember, in our comments, we will always be respectful, and what we're trying to do is encourage one another to grow in the areas that we need to grow in, and we want to encourage in the areas that you did awesome. Okay? Questions?
So what'd you say?
So
No.
in the glow and grow area, when we're listening to the presentations, you remember the presentation skills slide? I don't want to put that up because we want to have it on presenter view so that we can properly present. So for now, you'll just listen to the things that, and you'll name one thing that they did really well and one thing that they need to grow in. All right?
Can you name something for everyone or just for the person that we were selected for?
You can name something for everyone if you like, but you are responsible for the person that you were selected for. That's what I will ask you here. I don't remember who I picked for you, so when I asked for the glow and grow, then you just give it, okay? Unmute yourself and just give it. Okay, so I want to put you on, William is first, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I forgot. I erased the order minus me, and I know that it was.
It
Yeah.
was William, Simon, let me think, Grant, Eden,
Shiloh.
Shiloh, and Towie.
I have the order written down. It's first William,
So, and then Razul.
Simon,
Razul has to go
then
too.
me,
also.
then Kendall, then Eden, then Grant, then Razul,
Yeah. No.
then Towie.
And then Towie.
So yeah, Shiloh has it.
Okay. All right, so William, you're up.
Did you do you want us to show a picture that we drew or just do the presentation?
Yes, you may. You may show the picture you drew.
So I'm working off I'm just gonna be looking at this. So I decided I'd talk on aloe vera. So I don't know if you can see this
Very good.
plant. So aloe vera. Okay, what it's used for, what it is and what it's used for. So aloe vera has been used since biblical times as a healing ointment, with its origin in Cape Province. And forgive me if I pronounce these Latin names wrong, because I don't really know how they're pronounced. Aloe aristata is about 8 inches across, 1 foot tall, and armed with white spikes. It produces red tubular flowers. Also from Cape Province, Aloe vulgata has red-yellow flowers, stands 1 foot tall, and is about 12 inches across, with triangular stemless leaves. Aloe brevioli has blue-green leaves that are spotted and banded white. Aloe vera has many uses, even today, be it sunburn or embalming an Egyptian mummy, and yes, it was used for that purpose as well.
Very good, William. So who has William? Oh, William, what did you do well?
I don't know. Volume.
Okay, your volume was very well. And what do you think you need to grow in?
The paper is kind of boring.
Okay, well, boring isn't a good descriptive for formal writing, right? It should be pretty factual, and I think you did a good job with that. Okay, who's your person?
Eden.
Eden.
I think he did well with eye contact and can grow in enthusiasm.
Okay, very good. Very good.
Yeah, and also I could have probably included more on embalming Egyptian mummies, but I think that was just a fun fact in the book. And it didn't.
You know I have aloe vera in my house, right? A lot of it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Russell. And so also, so that you guys know, I've already left comments for your papers in the folder. So I think you should have received an alert to that. Okay.
What folder?
I think I got like I don't know, I saw them.
Okay.
I didn't see them. I need to see them. Where are they?
Okay, you don't need to see them right now. When we get out of class, you can look at the comments from your paper. So know that when I ask you to upload your things in by Thursday, it's so that I can get a look at it. I can give you some feedback, and then we can discuss briefly in class by Friday, okay? All right, who's up next? Simon, you're up.
Okay.
Hold on,
One
Simon.
sec. I shall get to my paper. It should be. Wait, I have it on the Google Drive. One sec.
Did you practice it?
I did, but I don't have it from memory. One sec. It's on the folder somewhere. Okay. Now here we go.
Hold on, Simon. We need your video on so that I can pin you.
It should be.
Okay, there we go.
Do you have it?
We
Is
just
the
have
video is the video on or is it now off or?
It's off.
Ugh, I can't see the Google Drive while I have the thing on.
Yeah, you have to print your papers.
I mean, I probably have it somewhere here. Okay, here it is. I got it.
Okay, all right.
I was using my nature sketch journal.
Let me hear.
Is that okay?
Okay, got it.
And
Wait, where is it? Where is it?
don't type your papers,
There.
that's fine. That's fine. Just have your parents take a picture of it and upload it to the folder.
Okay.
I haven't printed it yet, but I did type it. So I was using my nature sketch journal.
Okay, very good. Thanks, William. Go ahead, Simon. We're ready. That's you.
Okay. The invasive impatiens grandiflora. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce this right. Hungrily, the impatiens grandiflora crawls over the ground. It can grow to an amazing 2.5 meters, and the color of its flowers ranges from red to purple to white. Impatiens grandiflora's leaves are serrated and oval-shaped. Some of its more common names are policeman's helmet and Himalayan balsam. This flowering plant lives in wetlands and spreads its seeds by shooting them upriver. Wait a sec, is it? Okay. It can also fire the seeds into water and therefore float downstream. The Impatiens grandiflora is a strangling invasive plant. This plant spreads fast and is difficult to remove. An estimated 4,000 seeds can shoot out of one plant. If you touch the seed packet, it would explode. To remove this pesky plant, you would have to frequently mow it over with a weed whacker, or for a more sustainable solution, you could compost the whole plant. It takes 2 or 3 years to remove the plant completely. Let it choke other plants with its vines. Stealthily, it will transmit through the water. Impatiens grandiflora is a very violent vine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Years.
So how I learned about that was I took like a trip to Germany a few years ago. There's just like thousands of these things. If you literally touched one, like all of them for a mile would explode and pelt you with seeds.
Oh, wow.
And it was super, super evil because like you had to, and they were really fun to play around with because you could be like poke, and then the whole thing goes like.
Did it hurt?
Almost sounds.
No, it's only like 2 miles per hour, that little seed.
Okay, very good. So who has Simon? What did you do well, Simon?
I guess speed.
Okay, speed is good. And what do you think you need to work on?
Eye contact, maybe.
Yeah, we got to find a good place. I think once you guys see yourselves, you'll be able to kind of find where's a good place for eye contact. All right, who has Simon? Russell, something that Simon did well.
Yeah. I think articulation.
Okay, his articulation was well. Can you turn your camera on, please? And what is something he can grow in?
I don't really know.
You know, everyone is doing a one glow, one grow. That's how we get better.
What do you think? I think you did well overall.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Russell. Who's next? Who's number 3? All right, Shiloh, you're up. Wait a minute, let me pin you. Pin video. There we go. Okay. Oh, I just love how you have your lights. It makes it look like something spectacular. Okay, go ahead.
Leaves are a commonly found plant. They can be on trees, flowers, and many more plants. There are 2 main types of leaves, simple and compound leaves. They're also made up of 3 main layers. The outer layer of the leaf is called the epidermis, which is one of the most important layers. The epidermis has a waxy texture, but is perfect for making sure that there's not too much water loss. The epidermis is also like a shield to the leaf. It helps keep bacteria, insects, and other things that could harm the leaf out. The epidermis also helps the leaf exchange gases like carbon dioxide and oxygen. The epidermis has openings which the gases can come into. These openings are called the stomata. The second layer of the leaf is called the palisade layer. It is underneath the epidermis. The layer contains chloroplastic, which creates energy. The third layer of the leaf is called the spongy layer. It's right underneath the palisade layer. The sponge layer gets its name from the arrangement of cells which are loosely packed. The space between the cells are small air pockets which can store carbon dioxide and oxygen like a sponge. Leaves are an important part of nature. They should be more than just a part of our thoughts, but a part of our lives. We need leaves to survive, not just for oxygen, but for food, shelter, and health.
Very good. What did you do well?
Pacing, maybe?
Yeah, your pacing was good. And what do you think you need to grow in?
I think it's always just eye contact.
Yeah, until we figure out, right? Yeah, this other exercise will help you guys tremendously, I think. Okay, who has Shiloh?
Howie.
Okay, Towie, what did Shiloh do well?
I think eye contact.
Okay, and what does she need to grow in?
Maybe memorizing a little bit more.
Okay, very good. Very good. You guys did great. I was very pleased with your drawings too. Your drawings were nice. Like to see those. Okay, who is up next? Kendall. Okay, let me pin you, Kendall. So Kendall, we might have to try you turning off your video. Let me hear you just say something right now. Read your first sentence for me.
What am I supposed to say?
Yeah, you're still hard to hear. Let me see if you turn your video off if you sound better. Try that.
What?
No, let me see you again. Okay, you're still pretty.
Can you hear me any better now?
No, is it just me or can you guys hear her better?
No.
No, we can't hear you well at all. But let's try, okay? Let's try.
If I move my microphone closer, can you hear me better?
You're still very choppy. And I think it's a little delay too. There might be a little bit of a delay also. Are you able to try it without the mic? Can you speak directly into the mic of your device?
Okay. Video on or off?
That's a little better. Does that sound a little better to you, to your classmates? Yeah, that's a little better. Let's try it without your mic, but now you're frozen, I think. Now your image is frozen. Yeah, it does say her bandwidth is low. Try it with your video off and your device mic.
Okay.
Okay, that's better.
Should I try moving upstairs?
Yeah, try to move upstairs. Maybe then we can hear you clear. That even helped a little bit.
I'm typing a message.
I have to be really close up because the mic doesn't sense things very well, but I can try.
That's already sounding better. Are you moving?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, say your first sentence.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's wonderful.
I think we have 3 Zoom meetings going at once right now.
Try it with your video off and your device mic. Yeah, we tried.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you perfect. Can we try to see your face now?
Okay.
Okay, now try to speak. Get. Okay, try to speak now. Okay, try with your video off again. You're frozen.
Yep, it's off.
Okay, now we can hear you. We can hear you good now, so we'll have to do it with the.
This work? Will
Go
this
ahead.
work?
Yeah, that works. That works
Can
well.
you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Are you able to hear me?
You sound very clear. You want to try the video and see if you still sound clear with the video?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no.
Can you hear me now?
We'll need to turn it off. It's very clear without the video. Okay, go.
So you're right in the middle of it. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're very clear without the video. We'll just need to do it this way for now, Kendall.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Did you know that there are more than 1,000 types of fungi? Okay. That'll do?
Yeah, that was very clear.
I'll hold it. Go. Okay. Did you know that there are more than 100,000 types of fungi discovered so far? Fungi are eukaryotic organisms, which means their cells have a nucleus and they have their own kingdom. Okay. I'm helping Kendall, honey. I don't know if it tilts down on video. Okay. Fungi damage tons of crops each year, costing farmers over $60 million a year. Some fungi infect the skins of. Okay. Yeah. Some fungi infect the skin of amphibians, making it hard for them to breathe. But not all fungi is bad. Fungi help clean the air. They also help clean up poop. Okay. One fungi called mycelia has little strands in the dirt that help hold it together, and it releases a protein that acts like glue, holding the dirt together and keeping the water in. One type of fungi
No video.
radiation, and another type of fungi can help clean up oil spills on land and in the water. Fungi can be dangerous, but they also have helped the world in many ways.
Are you finished? Yes, okay. I didn't even see your mouth moving. You were clear up until I think you turned your video on. Okay, so Kendall, what do you think you did well?
I turned my video on after I ended my pacing maybe.
Yeah, you're pacing. You pronounce those big words pretty well too, for the parts that we heard. And how about, what do you think you need to grow in?
Eye contact maybe,
Okay,
even though you can see me.
right.
Okay.
But you would know. You would know if you can do better in that. Okay, very good. Who had Kendall? Okay, Grant. You gotta give her some grace with her video and her sound, okay? Unmute, Grant.
Oh, I think she had good word choices,
Very good.
and maybe she could work on enunciation.
Okay, very good. Very good. Your pictures were pretty good too, Kendall. I learned some stuff. That part about the poop. I said, oh no. Okay, thank you. Who is after Kendall? Okay, Eden, let me pin you. Good job, Kendall. Let me pin you, Eden. Okay, you're up.
You want to see my picture?
I do. Yes. Can I just tell you that sunflowers are my absolute favorite flowers? And
Yeah, they're my favorite too.
yeah, so whenever I dream, and it's a really good dream, I'm in sunflowers, like fields and fields of sunflowers. And it just makes me smile. It makes me happy to look at them. And they're my absolute favorite flowers. So I was very, very happy to see your paper on sunflowers. It was a quiet smile at 4:30 in the morning. Okay, go ahead. You're up.
Sunflowers. Sunflowers are tall, beautiful yellow flowers. In the right conditions, they can grow to be 8 to 12 feet in just 6 months. As of 2012, the Guinness World Record for the tallest sunflower was 27 feet.
Oh, wow.
Gargantuan flower was grown in Germany. The sunflower is the state flower of Kansas. It is also the flower of Ukraine. A sunflower's leaves can be 3 to 12 inches long. They are arranged in spirals around the flower's stem. The head of a sunflower is 7.5 to 15 centimeters wide. A sunflower can be brown, purple, or yellow. The oil can be used in soap and paint. Sunflowers are my favorite kind of flower, and they should be yours too.
They are mine too. Okay, what did you do well, Eden?
Maybe pacing.
Yeah, your eye contact was pretty good too. And what do you think you need to grow in?
Maybe enthusiasm.
Okay, where did you place your paper? Where did you place it?
It was next to the screen, like right.
Okay, that was a good place for it. Was it leaning against something?
It was leaning against the computer screen.
Okay, so maybe try that, guys. Try leaning it against the computer, but maybe under your camera, and see if that helps with eye contact.
Mine was like right to the side, like right next to it.
Okay, very good. Okay, so who had Eden?
So her grow is maybe enthusiasm. It's enthusiasm. And her glow is eye contact and great information.
Yes. Sunflowers should make everybody smile and happy. You all should have dreams of running through the sunflowers, not just Miss Jamia. All right, who's up next? Good job, Eden. Grant, you're up. Let me pin you. All right. Grant.
Excuse me, Miss Jamia, one last thing about sunflowers. We're growing some this summer, and they're like 12 feet high.
Are they that high? Are they in your backyard?
No, they're in this like huge planter that we have, and it's just like we have like 3 or 4, and all the chipmunks come to eat the seeds, and it's really cool.
Oh, you have to take a picture and send that. I need to see that in real life.
Okay.
Well, is it outside? Did the rain ruin it? All that rain?
Maybe, but we have pictures.
Okay, perfect.
Mr.
Thank you for
Miguel,
sharing.
are you growing sunflowers?
Say it again, William.
Are you gonna grow sunflowers next summer?
Probably not. I don't have a very good green thumb, although the twins are trying to get their mother to have a green thumb. So you guys pray about that for Miss Shamia, because things
Oh,
die.
another thing about
to my
sunflowers is they're like super easy to grow. Sunflowers are like one of those easy things to grow that I know because they don't die. Is the thing.
Okay. Well,
You just water them way too much and they're good.
plants seem to die in my care. So I can try. That's what I can say. I can try. All right, Grant, you're up.
Can I read? I wrote 2 paragraphs. Can I read them both?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Did you know that the first ever fig tree was created in the Garden of Eden? Figs are a delicious treat that originated in the Eastern Mediterranean and the southwest of Asia. The fig tree falls under the kingdom Plantae, the family Morocae, which means mulberry, and the genus Ficus. They like to thrive in places with long and hot summers. Young fig trees should be deeply watered once a week. The common fig tree has flowers that do not require pollination and are not visible to the eye because they form inside the fruit. Although there are many species of fig trees, some of them are not suitable for home gardeners because their fruit is inedible or they require a certain type of pollination. The common fig tree produces most fruit in spring and summer. Only pick figs when they are ripe, which is when they are fully colored and soft to the touch. Sadly, they do not ripen off the tree. When harvesting, wear gloves or long sleeves to prevent the sap from irritating the skin. To protect a tree from its fruit lovers, which are birds and squirrels, bird netting is necessary. Because they are a great source of potassium, calcium, and fiber, eat a fig for a nutritious snack. The fig tree is a symbol of prosperity, well-being, and security throughout Scripture.
Very good, Grant. Figs are like my favorite dessert. Do you like figs?
Yeah.
Not really.
Not really.
My grandparents have 100 trees or something in their property. I don't know how many.
Fig, William? Is that a fig you're showing?
They have a ton of. They have
We
like
have a fig
100
tree
fig
also.
trees or something. But
Okay.
and they give us like a ton because they get so much.
We
And,
have fig trees.
but yeah, we get them, but yeah, they're not my favorite.
Okay.
We also have fig trees and they're pretty yummy. We made a fig tart.
Thursday or something. I went over with Laurel to go help them pick
William, hold on before you share. Let's get through the rest of Grant's assessment, okay? Grant, what did you do well?
I think I had pretty good eye contact.
Yes, I would say, where did you place your paper?
Same as Eden did. Right.
Okay, very good. That's a good place, guys. And what do you think you need to grow in?
Maybe enthusiasm and energy.
Okay, very good. Is that like a really comfy chair for rocking? Yes. So maybe when it's time to present, you sit in a chair that does not move. Because you like rocking, I think it might be something that you were doing and didn't even realize you were doing it, right? Okay. Who has Grant?
Kendall.
All right, Kendall. One glow for Grant and one grow.
You had good word choice and eye contact, but with you swiveling in the chair, that got distracting.
Okay, very good. Yeah, that chair looks real comfy. It's soft. Is it a soft chair? I need one of those, Grant. I think that's a regular desk chair, isn't it? It's the kind that reclines a little bit, right? It has like a little stick underneath for reclining. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, those are really comfy chairs. Okay, very good. Who's next? Who has the list for us?
Is it
Razul is next.
school?
Rasul, you're up. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, I need to see you, and I can pin you to the front for your presentation.
No, you don't really have to.
I need to see you for your presentation. Can you put your camera on, please? There we go. Okay, let me pin you.
What do you mean you're gonna pin me?
It just means that you'll be front and center for us all to be able to focus on you.
Oh, you don't really have to. You don't really have to. I'm fine. I'm kind of shy.
It's okay. We're all growing in presentation, Russell. It's baby steps, okay? It's baby steps. We're here to support one another, and you're going to do awesome. So where is your paper? You ready to read?
Yes, I am ready to read.
Okay. We're ready for you.
If explorers want to grow food on Mars, the first thing they need to do is pack up food and transport it first. But the only problem is that food is too heavy and researchers need to start with a lot of grains initially. The land on Mars is pretty hostile, so there are two options. A bunker has to be built or the underground has to be colonized. I think it's better to colonize underground because there's fresh soil instead of the rocky red dirt called regolith. Fertilizer can also be used, but diseases must be monitored and managed. The route to terraforming Mars is perfect, but if we combine soil from Mars and our Earth, then this feat can actually be done.
Very good, Russell. Very good. Have you ever had anyone tell you that you have a radio voice? I can't see you. I see your room.
What'd you say?
You? Have you ever had anyone tell you that you have a radio voice?
No.
Well, the tone of your voice is very kind of radio-like. Whenever I hear DJs on the radio, you have a very nice tone. So, okay, what do you think you did? You did well.
Eye contact for myself. I think I did pretty well for that.
Okay, very good. And what do you think you need to grow in?
Yeah.
So is there a way you can put your device down so it can stop moving? There you go. Or do you have it leaning against something? That's perfect right there. Okay, what do you think you need to grow in?
Volume.
Volume. Okay. All right, who has Russell?
Simon.
All right, Simon, a glow and a grow for Russell.
I think he did really good on volume. But
I thought his volume was good.
I don't know. I think he could do better on eye contact. That might just be me though.
It could just be your device. Were you holding your device while you were reading? Russell? Were you holding your device at the same time you were reading your paper?
Yes.
Okay. Your finger is covering the camera. There we go. So next time, see if you can like lean it against something and then read your paper, okay?
I don't think I really can because I have to. I have to have people see me and something.
Right, are you at a desk or something? Are you at a desk or a table or something that you can set your device on and lean it against, like a cup or a book or something?
But I really want people to see my eyes.
Okay, you did a great job. You did a great job. We'll talk later. Okay, Towie. Is Towie the last one? Yes, okay. Good job, Russell. Let me pin you, Towie. All right, there we go. You're up.
Plants, they help us breathe and survive. What they do for the little guy. Plants are a primary habitat for thousands of organisms. Animals live in or live in, on, or under plants. For some animals, such as birds, plants are an all-you-can-eat buffet. Depending on the plant, you can find several different animals. For instance, in the desert, you could find a snake under a cactus, or in the forest, you could find a monkey in a tree. Plants can also be used as a watchtower so that animals who like to hunt can stalk their prey and eventually catch it. As a habitat, plants alter the climate. On a small scale, plants provide shade and help moderate the temperature and protect animals from the wind. They can also be used as a place for animals to start new life and continue their species growth. Plants are a part of the circle of life, and they help animals and humans survive by providing minerals that they need to survive in the environment.
Okay, very good, Towie.
Razul, your microphone is on.
Yours is too, Simon. Let me mute you. Okay, you got a hand up, Eden? Towie, where did you stick your paper? Your eye contact was very good. Where did you put it?
It's like right in the crack between my computer and the screen.
Okay, very good. That was a good spot. Okay, what did you do well? I maybe just helped you.
Speed.
Right, yeah, your speed was very good. Your pacing was good. And what do you think you need to grow in?
Probably getting more comfortable with my facts.
Okay. All right, who has Towie?
Shiloh.
All right, Shiloh, a glow and a grow for Towie.
Yeah, I think you did really good on eye contact. Like, I literally thought you were staring into my soul. I didn't really see anything you needed to work on, like, majorly. I guess just everything could be something that you could just improve.
Right, okay, yeah, your eye contact was spot on, Towie. I was like, okay, where does he have his paper? Because that's probably a place we need to practice. All right, guys, good job. So we don't have a lot of time. So let me just tell you what we're doing for this week, okay?
Wait, you guys. First of all,
Simon.
if you want to get stared into your soul, look at this. Like,
Simon, we don't have a lot of time left for this seminar, so let's keep it relevant to what we're doing, okay? All right, so let's see. All right, we just did this. So we were supposed to try to draw this beautiful ant, but we don't have time. Okay, so we were supposed to look at that. Okay, this is what we're working on this week, invertebrates. So what do you remember from your foundation's memory work about invertebrates?
Sponges, sting-cell animals, flatworms, roundworms, segmented worms, mollusks, sea stars, and arthropods were like the ones that they gave.
Very good, very good. So invertebrates is a huge category, right? So you can write about anything, brainstorming some topics. What's one question we can answer with our research this week as it pertains to invertebrates?
Maybe, do they have backs?
Okay, do they have backs?
What
And
is
if
it
they
usually?
don't, What is an invertebrate? All right, very good. Any of those, we can compare it. We can compare invertebrates to some of the other things we've already researched, right? Comparing an invertebrate to a plant. What would that be like? Comparing it to a rock. What would that be like?
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
writing about how snails are poisonous to dogs count as an invertebrate?
Yes, that could count as an invertebrate as long as you explain to us how they're poisonous, right?
I did bees.
Okay, so you have some interesting suggestions here. All of these bugs are, maybe they're not considered bugs, right? All of these things are kind of creepy for Miss Jamia, except for maybe the shrimp because I do eat those. But it doesn't look like that when I eat it. So if it looked like that at the time that I eat it, I probably wouldn't eat it. Because it can't look like a creepy crawly thing. Okay, so this is your research for this week. And we are now, do you guys want to break for 5 minutes?
Actually, I think we're okay. I'm okay.
We're gonna,
I'd actually like a break. Yes.
They
break.
power through.
I'd like a break.
how many want to power through? Raise your hand.
Power through.
Okay, that's more than half. Let's power through one, at least one more. Okay, LTW is our longest one. LTW and Latin are our two longest seminars. So we do one in the morning and one in the afternoon. And it's a little bit more fun too, right? Because we're talking, we're doing group stuff. All right.
What are the 5? Wait, are we doing reasoning next?
No, we're doing well, what do you want to do next? Do you want to do LTW next or reasoning?
LTW.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to do LTW next. Okay, very good. So that's what it'll be. Let me pull it up. Why do I have two things up? I'm not so sure about that. LTW.
What are the 5 common topics? Should we review that since we technically have 3 minutes left on this strand?
The 5 common topics of research?
Yeah.
So we will hit the 5 common topics in literature. It's always the same. So we'll talk about it more in literature. So you'll be able to write those down again, okay?
Always supposed to use the 5 common topics for our research papers because I don't know. I just kind of pick something and talk like facts about it from books.
Right. We're going to discuss the 5 common topics today in LTW. The 5 common topics is a tool that you can use in any strand. And so we will definitely talk about it in LTW, and I'll relate it to science when we get to that, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and press on. I see you guys, I'm proud of you. Share my screen here. Okay, current slide. Okay, why do I keep seeing that? I don't want that. Where is my LTW? There it is. All right. So we're gonna save our rudimentary essays for the end, okay? They all should pretty much be very similar except for your issues, right? Because I want to be sure that we get through the things that you have to do at home this week, and then we'll go ahead and read your essays. Okay, so we'll come back to this. We'll come back to that. So these are the books we're on. We've entering into Carry On Mr. Bowditch this week officially, and you should now be reading The Magician's Nephew. All right, so how many of you were able to look at this that I sent out? Yes, okay. So we're not gonna go through everything that was in it, but did you find it helpful to see like the journeys that he went on, the maps? When I saw that, I was like, wow, he traveled like for a long time. And understand that each journey, you guys, ended up being like a year and a half. So he would be away like a year to a year and a half with each journey. That's a long time. Let me see who's chatting to me. Why can't I see it? Someone's chatting. I can't see it. Can you just tell me?
Yes. My message says, I am going on strike. I want break. Sad face, sad face, sad face, sad face, sad face.
Okay.
Please, I really want break, and it's not fair. I have to listen to people who are not me.
Okay, Simon. I'm sorry that you are not happy. We're going to just press on through LTW, and then you're going to get a break. Okay, so I'm sure.
Okay, I guess that's fair.
Okay. Thank you, Simon, for being understanding. And I know you enjoyed this book, so I'm looking forward to your comments. So the first part, what do you think about the title? How do you think the author came up with the title of the book? She mentions it.
They say it in the book like 4 or 5 times.
They're always doesn't the captain say like when he's finished talking to him, he's just like, carry on, Mr. Bowden.
Right. So what does it mean? What does that mean?
Like keep going, I guess.
Right. So it's always interesting at the time that the captain chooses to say that. Go ahead, Kendall, again, one more time.
Also, do you pronounce it Bowditch or Bowditch?
Either way, maybe. I don't know. Probably Bowditch. I don't know.
Kendall, we can't hear you, sweetie. Are you able to move back so we can hear you? Let's see if you can. We can't hear you. It's very choppy. Okay, there we go. Okay, yes, very good. So these are the things that I wanted us to just briefly discuss, right? The setting of the book. Remember, the setting always kind of helps us to get an idea in our minds about other things that were going on in the world when the events in the book were happening. And remember, this is a real person. Nathan Bowditch was a real person, and his family was a real family. So,
actually, his name was Nathaniel.
Right, Nathaniel. Thank you, Simon. Nat was short for Nathaniel. I think they do say that in the book as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so the time and date was kind of around the Revolutionary War, 1775 to 1787. They're in Salem, Massachusetts. And now this is what I want to hear from you guys, the mood of the book. So I might have something different than what you have. This is going to be very personal to the reader. So
wait, were we supposed to complete a sheet? Because I couldn't find it.
I did send you something to look at to be ready to discuss in class.
I already saw that.
This is it. So let me hear from you. What mood did you get from reading the book?
I think probably, I didn't get it, but I think what they were trying to go for is melancholy, kind of.
Okay, what made you?
Kind of sad, because, literally everybody died.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Is melancholy what you got?
I got boring and confusing.
Boring and confusing. Okay. What made it confusing, Eden?
The correct answer.
All the sea talk and things with ships and stuff.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like a doctor that speaks in doctor language, and there are all these words that you don't understand, and you're just like, And how funny that some of the characters in the book kind of mention that to Nat, don't they? Like his word choices, right? Okay. How about you, Grant? What mood did you get from the book?
I thought it was sad, adventurous, and education.
Okay. Yeah, I might use those descriptives too. Okay, very good.
Maybe. Yeah, kind of sad, but I guess that's probably how people lived in the 1700s or whatever. Yeah. So,
Right.
and also, there was a really cool woodpecker out my window. If you saw me go away for a second, I was trying to get something my camera because there was this black and white woodpecker right out my window.
Oh, okay. Thanks, William. Okay, I actually thought that it was pretty hopeful and optimistic. I mean, he was in a pretty sad situation at first, but I mean, look how he turned it into something pretty awesome. I mean, he was a child and he turned his situation into something pretty awesome. And so I thought it was sad because so much of his family died, but what he did with every moment was, I thought it was pretty magnificent, actually.
I think he was a pretty great character, except that he did have some anger issues.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we know who the hero is. I think that was pretty evident, right? Nat is the hero, but who is the antagonist of the book? Who would you say the antagonist is?
Well, he was probably not very happy at his dad when he indentured him for 9 years.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Kendall? Try to turn your camera off, Kendall. Try to turn your camera off.
Methods, because as he was trying to teach
Say it one more.
better. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, now say it.
Okay.
Share your answer of who you think the antagonist might be.
The traditional sailing method is kind of the antagonist.
Okay.
Traditional sailing method.
Traditional sailing methods. Okay. Yeah, I could see that because he kind of went against the grain. He didn't follow tradition.
He was working against them his whole life.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Any other thoughts about who the antagonist might be? Grant.
Kind of what Kendall said, but more is like the navigation book, like Moore's tables that he corrected like 8,000 of them or something.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? That's crazy that he was able to do that. Eden, how about you? Death. I was thinking death too. I mean, that could have totally went the other way, right? Every time someone died, like.
Yes, please look in the chat though. I have two opinions.
I thought Polly was gonna die.
I have two opinions. Look in the chat.
I know. I need you to share your opinion, Simon, because I can't look in the chat.
Maybe
Well,
the ocean and the winds were also antagonists.
Yes, yes, definitely. Simon, what are your thoughts about the antagonist?
okay, well, I think it was death, considering it had like 9,000 kills. And I think that it wins the Bowditch Royale crown.
Okay, thank you.
Light clap.
Another antagonist would maybe be the fog in the end of the book.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay, very good. Yeah, there wasn't quite one in the book, so I was curious to hear what you guys thought about who the antagonist was. Okay, what would you say the rising action would be? What, I think there's several in the book. What leads to the conflict?
Well, for the fog, I think it would be the rain. How they had like a lot of rain, and then the next day was just a bunch of fog.
Okay.
It wasn't exactly, it didn't seem like one particular conflict. It seemed like many.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would certainly agree. So can you think of some rising actions? I have a few. The fact that he became indentured at 12 for 9 years. That's a long time.
Yeah, I was gonna say his education and stuff. Like that really carried on.
Yeah. But did it really stop? It never stopped, really. It never really stopped.
I guess the reason he really learned so much was because he wanted to learn. And
Yeah.
he didn't have that opportunity, so he wanted to learn when he could. But
Yeah.
us, if we weren't really able to learn a lot, then we might want to learn.
Yeah, exactly. And then at the point where he checks all the sailing charts for their accuracy, there was something in him to say, let me check all these figures. And then once he found that they were inaccurate, he went ahead to make them accurate. Many difficult voyages. How many voyages did he have altogether? You remember? 5.
No, 3.
5. He had 5. And I put the maps up. If you were able to look,
Thing that I know, I think, was because of the maps. And I
Yeah.
remember there were 5.
if you were able to look at the maps, you can see just how long those journeys were.
How do I look at the maps exactly?
You
In
don't
Google
right now.
Classroom, I have a link there to, I think it's 4 slides, and it has some pictures of some of the tools that he used. And then it also has a map of each journey. And then he teaching the navigation to the crew, right? That ended up leading to what? What did that lead to?
Him writing a book.
Yes, it did lead to him writing a book, but what did it do for the crew?
Taught them how to sail.
Yeah, and then what were many of them able to do because of that?
Sail.
Sail on,
Sail. Book sail. Book
say it
sail.
again, William.
It was like they were sailing because on the books or something. I don't know what the exact expression was.
Book sailing?
Yeah.
Right, so him teaching the crew, a lot of the crew was able to now move up in their positions and move on as some of them second mates to other ships, which would all around be great, maybe not so great for the captain because now he would lose all of this trained crew, right? But how great and awesome that is for the people that Nat taught, because they move up, that helps their family, that helps them. I mean, all around, everyone wins,
I need to
except
put
for
those
maybe
3.
the captain, but, right? So how about the climax?
When he's sailing to maybe the Pepper Island near the
Okay,
Or
And-
maybe when he like looks through his eyeglass to navigate through the fog.
okay. So what did you think about him navigating everything he had learned? Now he's gonna have to put to use blindly. What kind of courage did you think that took? A little, a lot?
a lot.
A lot. He was going to have to now use some of the words we talked about in our Devo today, right? He was going to have to reflect on that knowledge and use it now to be able to judge what to do, right? Wisdom.
Are you talking about when he was sailing through the fog or?
Yeah, towards the end. It's almost like all of his journeys led to that, right? They all prepared him for that. Awesome.
That's often what happens, isn't it?
Yeah. If we look at it in the same way, like everything we learn in life prepares us for the next experience, right? And we certainly can see that in this book. So, what was the falling action in the final outcome?
The good guy wins and the book's over.
Yes. What did he lose, though? He made it home safely. What did he lose?
Basically everything.
A lot
Alyssa
of his family.
Yeah.
and it never said what happened to his dad.
Yeah, I didn't. Does anyone remember exactly how long he was married to his first wife?
Was it like a year?
Not quite.
Like 2 months?
Well, he was on a voyage when she died, so he wasn't with her for that long.
Right.
What exactly is consumption?
I'm not sure what consumption is. It's probably something we can look up to see if more people died from that at that time. I'm not sure
Well,
what.
I'm reading an Anne of Green Gables book, and there's a lot of people dying from consumption. And
I know what consumption is. It's
What is
like
it?
really, really bad, like flu, kind of like food poisoning, I think. I can look it up, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay. She was also pretty young. Do you guys realize how old she was when she died? So if you remember the scene when he is at her house, at that time she's only 16. By the time she dies, she's 18
Okay, I found it out.
when she dies.
I
Consumption?
found it out. Consumption is tuberculosis.
Yeah, because I asked Alexa, and she said it was
That Alexa.
an infection in the lungs. I think
Okay.
people have
It's
to-
tuberculosis.
Okay, so she died of TB, and that was a lot of people were dying from TB at that time. Okay. All right, he also becomes a Harvard grad. All of that time, he was so upset that he could not go to Harvard, right? Thought that he was going to be able to go to Harvard when? When did he think he would get his chance to go to Harvard?
when they sold the shop.
Right, and did he get a chance to?
No, he just got indentured to the other person instead.
Yeah. All right, and then when he meets his wife, his first wife, that is, and Lem at his house, right? And our themes to this story. Did you come up with some different themes than what I have?
I don't know what that means.
What did you learn from this book?
Always keep fighting.
A lot of different words that I didn't know existed.
Okay, something that you learned about life. What did you learn about life from this book?
Maybe knowledge should be shared
Okay,
freely.
I know something.
Okay.
I know something about life. in
Not
this book.
when life,
It does not exist in the 1600s. There we go.
What does not
when
exist?
Life.
I can't tell if
when
they
life knocks you down, you knock it down harder.
Okay, when life knocks you down, you knock down harder. Is that what you said, Russell?
No, when life knocks you down, you hit it
She
harder.
want you to raise your physical
You hit it
abilities.
harder. Okay. So what does that mean? Share with us what that means.
Basically, don't give up.
Okay, very good.
Sometimes she wants us to
Certainly
raise it, or sometimes she just
right?
wants us to shout it out.
What did you share? I know you shared a theme too, Kendall. What did you share?
You're unmuted. Knowledge should be freely shared.
Yes, very good, very good. We certainly saw that with Nat, right? So I have this, you can learn a lot. What do you think reading does for a person? When you can read, what opens up to you?
You can learn even more.
That's right. That's right. Very good. So he was able to teach himself what are some things he taught himself just by reading?
How to learn Latin, and then he started French.
Okay. Good.
He taught himself, like without reading or something, how to take a lunar.
The lunar measurements. Okay. Very good.
I guess it's a wonder he didn't find out a way to tell time at sea. If he tried, he probably could have.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably could have. Okay, so we're going to get into, you guys were broken up into your groups last time and we didn't get a chance to share. So I'd like to take this time now for you to share with me one character and one action that you came up with in your groups. So did you select spokespeople? Yes? Okay, so who's the first spokesperson that'll speak?
Could we try switching up the, wait, are we gonna go into breakout rooms still?
We're not going into breakout rooms today. You guys were able to, do you remember what you talked about last week? What characters you spoke about last week? Yes? Okay, so for us to come up with our class Annie, we'll narrow it down to one, right?
Okay, I got it. I think I have one.
Okay, just a minute, Simon. What I will have you do is raise a hand when you want to share, okay? So, Simon, you want to share first? One character and one action?
Okay. Liza should not have died because, wait, actually, was that right? Yeah, because if she did, that wouldn't be nice and it would make people sad. Next, if she hadn't died, then she would have been happier. Third, it's just dying is stupid. So there we go.
Okay, so thank you, Simon. So one thing I want to help you with, everybody, dying is probably not an action that they do, right? So if they killed someone, then that would be an action that they did themselves. So I want you to try to think about an action that a person did, committed, something like that, because what we're trying to do now is to really analyze the decisions that our characters made, right? And Liza dying, it wasn't something that she could really change. Okay, so Simon, I want you to think about another character and I want you to share one action. I'll come back to you. Grant, one action and one character.
So I'm gonna pick Nat.
Okay.
And whether he should have wrote a book about
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, thank you, Grant. Kendall.
Whether he should have gone to sea in the first place.
Okay, for Nat, that's Nat we're talking about. Very good. All right, William.
Whether he should have married twice.
Okay, that's Nat we're speaking about.
I already thought of my issue. That's not it, but I already thought of it for
Okay, very good. Shiloh, you got something for me? One character and one action.
What are the people who indentured Nat's name? But I was thinking if they should have offered to actually take him and indenture him for 9 years or not.
Okay, very good. Very good. Towie, you got something for me?
Whether Nat should have put Lem on the guns.
Oh, very good. He was kind of a wild man initially, huh? Okay. Russell, are you there? You have one action and
No,
one.
not really.
to share?
I do.
Okay,
But it's not really for the story, but
it should be for this story.
okay, so no, I don't have it.
Do you remember the characters from the book? One character?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay, so just think about one character and one action that that character did.
Whether Nat's father should have indentured him.
Okay, very good, very good. That's a great question. Thank you, Russell. William,
This was my this was my issue for home, but whether Nat should have kissed Elizabeth at the husking party.
okay, very good. Yeah, I just actually reread that because I kind of forgot about the David guy. I just reread that yesterday. Okay, very good. Simon, you have another one to share for me? Can you think of another one to share for me, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Whether Nat should have learned knife throwing.
Knife throwing.
Yeah, he did. From that guy, he taught him how to speak some language, and he taught him knife throwing.
Oh, okay. I remember that part now. I was like, knife throwing. Okay, very good, very good.
Did
All
he
right.
accept it?
Tally, did I get you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did I get everybody? Yes. Okay, perfect. All right. And here were some other characters that we can think about. Ropes and Hodges is who you were speaking about, Shiloh. Those were the first owners. What about Ben Meeker, you guys? What'd you think about him?
He was
Go ahead, William.
so the name kind of actually sounded like a young man. I don't know. And also, I think there's another Revolutionary War book that My Brother Sam is Dead, and it's about a family whose last name is Meeker, and it takes place around the same time as this. So that might have been a common last name.
Okay. So he was the one that mentioned to Nat about being becalmed. Do you guys remember that? Kendall, you want to tell us a little bit about that?
He always seemed to be trying to tear other people down.
Yeah.
He got sad when he was indentured, and he just felt like making other people sad with him.
Yeah. Yeah. I almost
Most people say misery loves company.
Say it again, Russell, please.
Misery loves company.
Yeah. Yeah, he certainly does.
Demonstrates a real human being.
Yeah. I almost felt sorry for him though, because I think, what do you think was different about the way that Nat looked at the situation versus the way that Ben looked at the situation of being indentured? Eden?
My favorite character was Lem.
Okay, why?
He was sort of crazy.
Yeah. So you like crazy characters, huh? Okay. How about you, Grant?
What was the question?
Ben and Nat looked at their situations very different. Talk a little bit about that. Like, what was the advantage of the way that Nat decided to handle his indentured servitude?
Well, I think Nat took it as like, well, now I can start reading these books that I'm like working with, and like, isn't that what he did, or is that a different job that he did?
No, that's where he started. He started learning all the inventory and things, right?
Yeah, and then Ben, he saw it as like prison, like really bad, and he wouldn't want to be indentured.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. So how many of you enjoyed this book? Raise your hand if you enjoyed it. Okay, that's almost everybody. Okay, Eden, you didn't enjoy it. I know one of your descriptors was boring. I have to, okay, full transparency again. Remember, transparent is see-through, right? It took Miss Jamia quite a while to get through this book. I think for the same reason that Eden didn't really enjoy it. All of those big words, I had to have like a dictionary right next to me to even know what he was talking about. Like,
it was actually kind of, it wasn't like some of those books where a lot of the characters don't die. It was kind of nice in that sense that it was maybe a little more like what would have really happened then.
yeah,
Because in some books, I don't know, like especially in more children's books.
And also, if you read like some
Wait a minute,
adventure,
Simon.
and also if you
Simon,
read a book,
just a minute, Simon. William is still speaking.
And so it's kind of nice that, and
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, very good, very good. Simon, what are your thoughts to share? Unmute, Simon. I had to mute you.
I was just saying that if you read a book that was supposed to be like an adventure book and nobody died, it would be pretty boring. I mean, not saying that this wasn't pretty boring, but still.
Right. Yeah, so it is very kind of reminiscent of what a lot of families were going through during that time, right? And it's sad, but it's good to see a child making the best of it. It could have went in a totally different direction had he had a different attitude with the way that he decided to live his life. Go ahead, William.
And it had, I think the book, it had a good little amount of like adventure and drama and romance and stuff.
Yeah, romance. Okay, William, I hear you.
And drama, because drama's kind of exciting.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely something adventurous about hopping on a ship and going across the world, right? I mean, all the things that he probably got to experience from such a young age, he wouldn't have ever learned that sitting in a Harvard classroom, would he? Yeah. And do you think he would have turned out to be the same type of person had he been able to go to Harvard instead of becoming a boat guy?
No, he probably would have married, he might have married a rich snood from Harvard.
Okay, a wealthy person. Okay. But look at how much he was able to give back to the world because of his circumstance and how much we benefit from learning about his life. It's pretty awesome.
I don't even know if snood is a word, but he probably wouldn't have married like Elizabeth or Polly.
Yeah. Yeah. And you really see his heart, don't you? You see his heart in this book. You see how much he loved his family, right? How much he really loved his siblings and his brothers. They were a big family. Okay, so, we have 3 weeks in each canon. This week is invention, right? And invention is what to say. So at first we did our Annie. We always do that. And now we're going to learn the next part of invention. So I have a little poll for you guys to see what we're going to do for our class Annie that we're going to vote on. Let me see. Let's see. Can you guys see that? Okay, go ahead and choose one.
Can you restart it? I clicked the wrong thing.
I can't restart it. I can't restart it, Simon. I just have the option to end it.
You can redo it then.
Okay, let me end it and redo it, you guys, okay? I'm sorry about that. All right.
Are these ones that you came up with ahead of time?
Yes. For us to do as a class, to be able to show you the next part.
Well, I'm glad they're different than this one's going to be different than my one at home.
Personal one? Okay, good.
Because last time
I try to think of some that might, I don't know, might have been not so obvious.
What did he say?
I tried to think of some that may not have been like so obvious in terms of decisions.
Or maybe
So someone did not vote.
obvious.
Who didn't vote? Someone hasn't voted yet. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it looks like 50% of you should Nat's father have indentured Nat. That's the one that will
So
go.
lame.
I was hoping you guys would pick the first one. That one is what
Yes, that one is the one I picked. I
That
thought
one
it was
was
more
second.
interesting.
That one was a close second. 3 of you chose that one. Okay.
What did no one choose?
No one chose should not have taught the crew. No one chose that one.
Yeah, that's kind of lame.
Yeah, so real quick, if I may just share, when he married Elizabeth, they were only together for 5 months before he sailed away. He married her in March and he sailed away in August. And then she died while he was gone.
I wonder if the actual Nat ever had any children.
Yeah, he did. He had 2 boys, I think it was. He ended up having 2 boys.
And did she ever write a sequel to that book, or was that the only one?
I'm not sure about that. That's something that you can come back and tell us next time. So let's come up with our Annie. We will just do a few and then we'll go into what 5 common topics look like. So remind me what our question was again. Should he have become indentured, right? So how do I turn that into an issue, a weather statement?
Whether or not should have become indentured.
Okay, very good. Where am I at? There I am. Okay, can you guys see my board? Okay, our issue is.
Can't really see the part they are actually writing because it's a little above. Yeah.
Can you see that now?
Yeah.
Whether Nat's father should have indentured. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Is this still LTW?
Yes. 12:30 to 1:30 was that. Okay, yeah. Okay, give me like at least 2 A's. Yes, he should have because what?
He wouldn't have learned a lot because
He would have made the rest of his family better to be because it was one less mouth to feed.
Okay, so I'll put 1 less
No, you sound like
mouth.
a child deserter.
Okay, give me another one.
Residual wrote, did not have sold Nat because a child something.
He should not have sold Nat because he is a child. So that's under our N, okay? He's a child. Okay. Give me another A.
He wasn't any help around the house, and he couldn't go to sea because he was so small. So they might as well send him off to learn a trade.
Okay. I'll say wasn't helpful at home. Does that look like a house?
Is the Annie chart supposed to be incomplete the Annie chart can be complete sentences, can it? Complete thoughts?
It should not be complete sentences. You should only have complete sentences when it's time for you to do your essay. Okay, give me some ends. Why should his father have not indentured him? So we have one because he was a child.
Because
What's
he would be away from his family for a long time.
Because Nat didn't even want to be indentured.
He wouldn't have got to go to school and get educated.
Okay.
Okay, now give me some interesting. Maybe give me.
He filled in a lot of notebooks.
Notebooks. Okay.
He read a lot of books.
Read a lot of books. Okay, very good. So you would come up with your Annie, right? Come up with your issue, then come up with your Annie. And now the next step is 5 common topics. So William, this should help you with science also, okay? So let me share my screen again. Okay, so we just did our class, Annie. So now I want you to turn to page 9 in your workbooks. Page 9 in your student workbooks. So this chart that you have here will be helpful for every seminar. 5 common topics is a tool for you to use to ask questions, and when you write the answers down, it's always going to be under invention. It helps you brainstorm more information, okay? So when you do your research, you will also use these 5 common topics. You'll be able to compare it to something else that we studied or something that we didn't study, something you just want to compare it to. You'll define it. You'll think about circumstances that have to do with, this week is invertebrates, right? And then you'll relate it to other things. What do invertebrates have to do with vertebrates? What do invertebrates have to do with people? You know, how are they different? How are they the same? All of those, you can use the 5 common topics for anything. In this case, for LTW, we are going to go through all of the 5 common topics to add more things to our interesting column, right? And then you'll look at your interesting column and see now with these new things that you added, you'll see if you can now move them over into your A or your N column. Okay, so let's, yes.
Is it bad that for my line and my line, The Witch in the Wardrobe Annie chart, I didn't know that it was supposed to be an outline, so I did complete thoughts.
Okay, that's fine. It does say in your workbooks, it tells you to just write them in complete thoughts. So you know, moving forward, it's okay. It was the first one, right? First one, no loss. The whole idea is to get you guys to learn how to note take so that you're not kind of wasting your sentence energy on things that you don't need to waste it on. You're just looking for ideas right now. And you're going to save that sentence energy when it's really worth it. And that's when you get to your actual essay. Okay, so these are just kind of thoughts that you're writing down. And now we're going to kind of go through some of these. We're going to look at one of each. So what you would do is pick 2 terms. So in our case, we're going to pick Nat and his father. Okay, so if we were to identify 2 terms, let's identify Nat and his father. And now let's compare them. How were Nat and his dad the same?
They were related and in the same family tree.
Okay, very good. How else were they the same? What about their work ethic? Was their work ethic the same?
They both sailed.
Yeah, they both sailed. Okay, so now how are they different?
One's the dad and one's the son.
Okay, very good. How else were they different?
One of them got married once that we know of, and one of them got married twice.
Okay, very good. So as you come up with all of these new ideas, you would put them in your interesting column. So now let's look at definition.
Excuse me?
Yes.
I have another one, how they were similar. They probably look something alike.
Yeah, probably so. Probably so, father and son, right? We would define who are X and Y. Are X and Y are Nat and his dad. Who are they?
They are father and son.
They are father and son. Say it again, William.
Both Bowditches. They have the same last name.
Yes, they belong to the same family.
Bowditches, not Bowditches, Bowditches.
Okay, what kinds of things are they? Someone already mentioned sailors. They both were sailors. Is there another group that they would both belong to?
Humans.
Christians.
Maybe.
Christians.
Maybe.
Okay. I don't know that he talks a lot about religion, but
A lot of books don't seem to mention it very much. I don't know.
from the book, what can we tell that they are both?
Human beings.
Okay. Humans. We did say Bowditches, Bowditches.
Male.
Male, they're both male. Okay, so now how about our circumstance? What was happening at the same time as the situation that we're referring to? So at the time that Nat was being indentured, what else was happening in Salem? What were other kids doing?
Working.
Okay, other kids were working. Other kids were in school.
Miss Jamia, is this for after Annie chart?
Yes. So this is the next part of invention that should be completed this week. And page 9 is what helps you to work through that. So the same way that we're working through it now, we would add these things to our I column. So we said things like they were similar in that they were both sailors. They belong to the same family.
Is this for is there 15 items in each column?
Right. So this week you will need to add this is going to be week 4. Where are we? I'm in week 5. Yes, 15 items this week. And what going through the 5 common topics helps you to add more to your Annie. So you come up with your 10, however many you can come up with. You go through your common topics. You put them all into the interesting column. Right? And then you look at your interesting column and now you ask yourself, can this be for or against my issue? And then you place it where it should go. That helps you to add more ideas into your Annie chart. So what else was happening at the same time as the situation in Salem? We talked about the kids at school. What about the family? What was happening with the family? Kendall.
Bankruptcy.
Okay, bankruptcy, very good. What else, Kendall?
Famine.
Death. Can you unmute, Kendall? There you go.
The Revolutionary War was going on.
Yes.
But didn't they downsize their house before that?
I think so, that they moved. If you remember, Nat used to have to carry something. I think it was water to the house from really far away, right? So all of these things would have been happening around the same time. What about with other people or in the world? What things were happening at the same time that he became indentured? So he was 12, remember, at that time.
What year was he born?
I'm not sure that it tells us that in the book.
Probably tensions may have started arising with the French.
Okay. Yeah, the book definitely tells us about some trouble with the French, right?
Well, I meant like with the French Revolution.
Right.
With the
Right. Okay. So then you would go through circumstance with your issue. And now you would look at relationship. What happened before he was indentured? What happened right before?
He went to school. I mean,
His mother and grandmother died.
Yes. Some more death in his family. What about at school with Mr. Watson? I think that's what his name was. What was happening with Mr. Watson?
His dad finally convinced him to give Nat bigger problems.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, and what happened right after he was indentured? Grant.
By looking back at the book, I figured out when he was born.
Okay, when was he born?
1773.
Okay, so what was happening in the world in 1773?
The Revolutionary War.
Okay, very good. What else? We would also know that what else was happening? Something probably worse than indentured servitude. What else was happening?
The slave trade.
Yes, that was happening too. How would that have impacted Salem? You know, that would be part of circumstance.
It didn't really mention slaves at all. Except for when the captain said like, the one thing that I don't want, or like the people who own the ship, like mentioned that the one thing they really, really didn't want to get mixed up in was the slave trade. So like that was their one rule, to never do that. So the owner of the ship was probably a pretty good guy.
Yeah, so that is the only hint that they give to it. But we do know, according to history, that it was happening, right? And so it's not like it wasn't happening in Salem. So it's something, it would still be a part of circumstance. It was something that was definitely still happening in the world, in the United States. And okay, with relationship now, how about testimony? What do you think witnesses would have said to Habakkuk, that was the father, about putting his 12-year-old son into indentured servitude?
It was the right thing to do. They might say, I mean, it was a common thing. So
Okay.
it wasn't like it was wrong. I mean, back then they're like, the parents had the power to do what they wanted to with their kids and what they thought best.
Okay.
And he might have been a little too puny to be a sailor.
At 12, maybe.
Also, remember, he was a small boy of 12.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you see the way that we went through these 5 common topics? So whatever your issue that you choose, you would choose your 2 terms to compare, and you would go through these 5 common topics, add the answers to your questions to your interesting column, and now look at that and say, is that for or against my issue? And then move them where they should go. That should help you move to 15 or more. Stretch yourself. See if you can come up with more than 15.
That mean that 15 interesting facts that are different from negative and affirmative still needed, or are those just to help you find affirmative or negative?
Right. So if they are different, then you would go ahead and add them to your A or your N column. If they're not different, but maybe you can expound upon it more, then go ahead and add the extra information to make it more of a detailed support. Because remember, this is how we come up with our proofs, right? And remember, this is persuasive writing. So ultimately, what you would be doing is learning how to persuade your audience about the decision that your character made and looking back at that.
So do you still need 15 items in your interesting column that are different from affirmative or negative? Or is it only important to have 15 affirmative and 15 negative items in each column?
Okay, so I think what your guide says is to come up with 15. I'm looking at it now.
Interesting be the same thing as your
You want to come up with 15, but even if you come up with your basic 10 like you did with last week, your new invention resource should help you come up with 15.
That's Mr. Mia.
Yes, Russell.
Nothing.
Okay, you can't talk to me about that right now. Yes, William.
I was wondering, is it the same way? Because I might want to refine my issue when I do it. Is it the same way? Do you pick 3 characters and then 3 interesting facts and then circle one of them and then write that as your issue?
Yes. Yes, Russell, you had a question?
Oh, so we're doing the comparison and
Right, so the next part to the invention process is to do your Annie and now to do your 5 common topics, to add more information to the interesting column, and then look at your interesting column and see if you can place some of those ideas into your A or your N column. The goal is to have minimum 15, but you may have more.
Mr. Mia, I put in the chat that like if you chose like a subject like what would Nat have gone to, what if Nat would have been like to be in college? I mean, how would you go about doing that? Because technically you wouldn't really be able to know. So would you just guess, or would you kind of like?
So what do you mean?
Like if you wanted to do like what would Nat have been like if he had went to college instead? What would you do then?
Yeah. So you want to redefine your issue. The point is to look at the characters in your book and look at decisions that they made.
Oh.
He didn't make a decision to go to college, right? That decision was kind of taken away from him, so he didn't get to make that decision.
Oh, I understand now. Thank you.
Right, very good. So what this helps us do is to think about the decisions that we make.
Mr. Mia, are you talking about 15 in total or 15 interesting facts?
15 in each column, 15A, 15N, and 15I. That's the goal. You're welcome.
Is it going to increase?
Except that's 45 things, and that'd
Yes.
be very, very hard.
Is essay 3 gonna make even more? I mean, is essay 3 on the line, The Witch in the Wardrobe, is it gonna add even more than 15?
Yes, you will ultimately be doing 30, but it won't be 30 that you're just thinking of on your own. You have tools that help you come up with more ideas.
But is it gonna be 30 next Annie chart on the line, The Witch in the,
in Matthew Magicians. I don't think it's 30 yet, then. I think we're at 15 for
Christmas.
No, you're at 20. No, that's Number of the Stars. By the time we get to Number of the Stars, we're at 20. In Magician's Nephew, I think we're still at 15. Yeah, we're still at 15 with Magician's Nephew.
Okay.
So it is a graph.
Wait, Mr. Mia, technically if you wanted to write about like why a person shouldn't or should have done something, do you want to have like a chart with full sentences on it and then just use those, or keywords?
No, your Annie should be keywords. You know the ideas that you're trying to put down, right? And so you want to communicate ideas for you. Essentially, nobody will really see your Annie chart except you. So as you add more ideas to them, make sure that you use the symbols and things that you learned from IEW to help make it a quicker process.
Okay, can I go tell my mom that? Because we didn't really understand that last time.
Sure.
Thank
And,
you.
also, so when you pick 3 characters and 3 interesting facts to circle one of the facts, do you have to do keywords, or can you do full ideas for the circling?
Okay, the idea is still to do keywords. You won't really be using full sentences until your essay. So get in the habit of just trying to learn how to shorten something, make it real brief.
Is that minus your issue? Because your issue can be a complete thought, right?
Right, minus your issue. So whenever, even when you write your thesis and your outline, your thesis is the only thing that should be in a full sentence. Okay? So we don't have time to read your rudimentary essays this week. I wanted to make sure that we went through this and that you understood how to do it. So what I can do is have you record them for me and send them to me, because I would like to hear them. Is that okay?
Can we put them on Flipgrid?
Yeah.
Yes, but can everybody, if they want, please check out everybody else's essays on Google Docs, because you can probably get a better sense if you just like read it. At least that's usually true for me.
Yeah, we do have them in the Google Docs as well, because I definitely wanted to see your issues and your proofs that you came up with. And we are out of time. So let's go ahead and take our break.
How long was it?
Do a break?
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
5 minutes.
5-minute break?
Okay, yeah, I agree.
5 minutes.
See ya.
5 minutes.
Thank you for the break.
Thanks for teaching. Bye. For like 5 minutes.
I recorded during the break. Do. I'm gonna get the hang of this thing sooner or later. Okay. So I need to put the folders up today. Write a reminder right here. Folders. And a Flipgrid. These pets. Hey, where is everybody? 5 minutes is just enough time to like get up, stretch, go grab a snack, and bring it right back. Ooh, you like how it rhymed? Rhyme, figure of speech. Oh, look at the puppy. All right, there's Shiloh.
How old is Cooper?
He's a year on. Wait, no, he's over a year. He was a year on. So he's like almost a year and 3 months. He's a year and 3 months on the 23rd.
So all of you guys have dogs, don't you? You all have dogs. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. I don't think, does Simon have a dog? I think Simon does not have a dog.
I do have a dog, and she's the cutest dog ever.
You
Does,
do have a dog. Does Russell have a dog?
does Razul have a dog?
I don't think Russell has a dog.
Hunter stole my lunch today.
Miss Jamia, do you have a dog?
I don't have a dog. I have 4 children. They keep me plenty busy, plenty busy. I had dogs before I had kids. I had
Look here.
a white shepherd and I had a black lab.
Come here.
They trained us to have kids because you gotta take care of them. We got them as puppies too. So you have to take care of them and take them to the doctor and walk them and feed them. Not that I had to walk my kids, but kind of the same responsibility, right? So now to have double, I don't know, I have to think about that. There's a training period to dogs. That teething period when they're puppies and eating up all your shoes. That's something I gotta think about.
Continues on until they learn how, or they learn that their toys is what meant for chewing, not other things. That's exactly what my dogs do. They will chew up all of their toys.
Yeah, I do remember that. I remember that. And I'll tell you a quick funny story. The last dog I had him, no, the first dog I had when I was in college. And, you know, I had him in a kennel in my room. I wasn't staying on campus, I was staying in my own apartment. So I had to be like maybe 21, had to be about 21. And you know, the kennels, the the kennels that you can have at your house, the big cages for the dogs you can put them in. So I had a black lab, not exactly a super small dog, but he was still a puppy. His name was Onyx. And somehow he learned how to get out. And I was away all day in class. I came back home. He had been out. I don't know how long he had been out. And he chewed up almost $2,000 worth of damage to my apartment. And I stayed in the basement of someone's home. So he chewed the wires, all the little, I didn't even know that there were wires. He chewed them. He chewed up my bed, the bed post. He chewed the door because he was trying to get out the door. So I was like, oh my goodness, how long were you free? Because for him to do all that damage, I had to get rid of him after that.
My Cooper got like, I don't know, like almost a week ago, he got a bag that had like my money, or that had money that was like $350. Well, I mean, luckily he didn't actually, but it would have been kind of funny if he would have actually ate the money.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be funny. That might be hurtful, painful.
Bernie's still in the teeth.
Please repeat. I wanted to hear the Cooper story.
He did chew up the bag, and I don't know, maybe he was close to the money.
Is he still in the teething phase? I think Eden asked.
Barney's still in the teething phase.
Yeah, that phase you need to put
Cooper.
out of there. Get everything out of their reach. Everything. Everything.
The best toys for them during their teething phase is like the harder ones, because I think they're doing that because they're trying to lose their teeth.
Yep. So when you think about babies, you have to give them kind of hard things too, because their little gums are sore, and chewing on harder things makes their gums feel better. And dogs are no different. They do the same thing.
Oh, it's kind of like that baby in Series of Unfortunate Events. That the baby in that show can like destroy metal with her teeth.
Oh.
It's amazing. It's a very good show.
Amazing. I don't know if I would.
We read it as books. But
I've read the books too, and then there's a TV show on Netflix. It's good.
There's a movie, I watched part of it. It's awful.
What?
Oh, awful. Okay,
Oh, that's
let's get
good.
started. This is our last seminar. Let's hold on. We're going to do a little something different today. So from now on, since we always talk about Proverbs, we're going to look at Proverbs from around the world for the remainder of our reasoning strand. Just a few every time, right? And discuss kind of what they mean. Maybe you can take some with you, and maybe some of them will really kind of ring true, and you're like, oh, I love that one. I think I've been really kind of interested to see like, oh, that's different, or especially if you hear one that you've maybe heard an American one that kind of sounds similar to it. Like if you do, I would love for you to share that, okay? Okay, so this first one, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. What do you think that one means?
I think it means that if you really want to try hard and work hard and really put a lot of effort into something, then the best way to do it is to have someone by your side, helping you and guiding you.
Very good. So usually when you kind of go by yourself, whatever your goal is your goal alone. It's up to you if it is a success, and it's kind of up to you if it fails, right? So you can put all of your effort, as much as you want or as little as you want, into it. But now when you go with somebody, it kind of changes the game up a little bit, doesn't it? If you want to go together, then there's a lot more that's involved. You need to kind of know, like, where are we going? How are we going to go? If we're going to do it together, are we going to go fast? Are we going to go slow? Like, it causes you to have to kind of find out what you're going to do together. So I thought that was a good one to share. Let's try the next one. Fall 7 times and stand up 8. That's a good one. What's that one mean?
Whenever after you fall, just get back up.
That's right. But what do we do normally when we fall? What do we do?
We get hurt.
Yeah. We might sit there for a minute, right? Why did I fall? How did I fall? Instead of just getting right back up and starting again. What do babies do when they're trying to walk?
They're like, okay, it's time to go, and they get up, and then they just immediately fall down. There's times like, it's time to go again.
Right. Do they usually kind of sit there and kind of think about it, or do they get right back up and start trying again?
They
Or it's
get
the
right
parents
back
that
up.
kind of just, or it's their parents that kind of just force them to pick them up and like, come on, you could do it.
Right. So I had kids that I may not have been ready for them to walk yet, but they were ready. So as soon as they fell, oh no, I don't need your help. They might kind of push my hand aside a little bit, and then they would use their little hands and get up. And as hard as it was for them to get up, because they might topple back over again, they would get up and they were focused on whatever it is they were trying to get to. And all of my kids were like that. So I love this one because it helps us to have the perseverance to keep going. If you fall down, that's okay. Brush yourself off and get up and keep going. Okay, this last one. Shared joy is a double joy. Shared sorrow is half a sorrow. What do you think?
I don't know if that's completely right, because shared sorrow just makes both people.
No, it can lift some pain off your shoulders if you share it, but then
Or it could go like,
it makes both people happy. So it's not like you become less happy if you tell someone else, but you might
you
become
can
less.
literally, but that will make the
Simon,
other person less happy.
Simon. Hold on, Simon. William's still speaking. Go ahead, finish your thought, William.
I think I did. But then if you're sorry, if you're sad, then if you tell someone, it might help. You don't have as much sorrow. But then if you're happy and you share it, it's not like you're gonna become less happy. You might just become more happy, or they'd also be happy, and then it would be double the happiness.
Very good. Eden, you have something?
What's the picture supposed to be of?
Oh, it's the first guy, the first one. Does it look like he's moving fast or slow?
Slow.
So he's supposed to be the one, if you want to go fast, go alone. He's going as fast as he can with his cane.
Is that like a really big beard or a long beard or something?
That's a beard. And he's going as fast as he can with his cane, I guess. But if he were with someone, I think about when my kids were smaller, I tend to walk kind of fast. And so maybe 2 or 3 steps for them would be 1 step for me. And so if I wasn't paying attention to them next to me, they would be jogging next to me just to keep up with me. So I would have to slow down to walk at a pace that we could walk together. And it kind of reminded me of this picture. Like with his cane, he can walk as slow or as fast as he wants to. But if he's walking with somebody, the person walking with him might need to kind of keep step with him because he has a cane. Thank you for asking me about the picture because I got so much stuff on my screen, I kind of covered him up, so I forgot about him. But I love this last one. And I think, William, I love the thoughts that you shared. Shared joy is a double joy. When you are able to share some happiness or excitement or a victory with somebody, it's pretty awesome, right? But when you're sorrowful about something, if you keep it all to yourself, it's almost like you're more sorrowful because you haven't expressed it. But when you're able to share it with someone, then you have somebody to confide in, someone to share it with, and it does become half the sorrow because some of it is now lifted off of you. So I think that's a good one that we can kind of take and remember too, right? All right, so infamy. As we continue to read Proverbs 25, we're going to come across some words that we probably need to kind of know what they mean in order to better understand the proverb. So we're going to focus on a word now every time so that we can kind of understand the context of how it's being used in Proverbs 25. So any thoughts about this word, infamy? What does it mean?
Famous. Like, it might talk about someone living in infamy forever.
Okay,
That's a quote from or something.
very good. Any other thoughts?
Being famous for being completely evil, like Al Capone, maybe.
Okay, he's infamous. Okay, any other thoughts?
It's like the opposite of infamous.
Okay. Okay, can I get a reader for that definition?
Me.
Okay, go ahead.
Infamy. Noun. Early 15th century. Public disgrace, dishonor, evil fame. From old French word infame, dishonor, infamous person. 14th century. Latin infamia, ill fame, bad repute, dishonor.
Okay, look at that Latin. This Latin is everywhere. I heard some of the Latin in your research today. This Latin is everywhere. Let me explain to you how awesome it's going to be when you start to take your different SATs or ACTs for college, and you have this Latin and you can break down words to kind of figure out what they mean. It's going to be a huge blessing. So infamy, public disgrace. Is that something that we want to aspire to do, to be? No. Have we ever heard it used as something good? No, you never.
Not that I know of.
You never heard anyone say, well, no, I guess I haven't ever heard it being used good, because I was getting ready to say Judas was infamous for what? Betrayal, right? He was infamous for betrayal. Usually people know right away, people that don't even aspire to any of a Bible teaching or anything, most people still know who Judas is. And they use it as kind of like a term to say, don't be a Judas. And people know what that means, right? So, very good. Proverbs 25. Let's go ahead and get our reading on, and we're going to focus today on verses 9 through 10. We're going to read the entire thing, but we're going to focus on verses 9 through 10. We're going to end today at 3:20. Is that what you guys want? Okay, so we're going to end at 3:20, and we'll get through. There's a lot in chapter 4 this week, so we'll get through what we can, and then you'll just do the rest of it at home.
Miss Jamia?
Yes.
Are we supposed to, by the end of the year, or the end of, is it the semester or the year, you're supposed to analyze or whatever Proverbs 25, right?
I don't know about that yet, William. I'll have to look.
I'd accidentally seen it in the solutions manual. It was, because I don't check my answers, but we do have a solutions.
Right.
What page is it on?
It's on 126.
Thank you.
Or is it 126? Help me out, you guys.
25 is 176.
176.
And if you have a pen in verse 10, I want you to circle infamy. We're going to discuss that after we go through our reading. Okay, so 4 verses. Who's reading first? Go ahead, Kendall. Simon, please mute yourself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did not know that it was.
Okay, but I want to see your face though. Russell, your face too. All right, Kendall, we're ready.
These also are Proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. The heaven for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable.
One more. One more. Mhm.
I don't exactly understand what those last two mean.
Okay, we're not going to discuss meaning today. Go ahead and read number 4.
Take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the finer.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, in verse 2, who sees an analogy there? William, you see the analogy?
Is it glory of God is to conceal a thing, but honor of kings is to search out a matter?
Right, so when we see that is to, right? Yes, so that would be our analogy that we could shorthand and write in the symbolic form. Okay, so my next readers for 5 through, is that 8? Okay, Grant.
Take away the wicked from before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness. Put not forth thyself in the presence of the king, and stand not in the place of great men. For better it is that it be said unto thee, Come up hither, than that thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince whom thine eyes have seen. Go not forth hastily to strive, lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof, when thy neighbor hath put thee to shame.
Okay, very good. Did anyone see any alliteration in there?
Then that thou.
Yes. Was that like a tongue twister, Grant? A little bit.
Mr. Mia,
Yes.
if we all read 4 verses, then you're still gonna get 2 people that are reading 2.
Oh, okay. So let's go down to 3. Thank you, William. Let's go down to 3. So who's got,
Excuse me, Mr. Mia. What verses are this? Because I don't really have my Bible and I don't really know where it is.
you should have your reasoning book, and we're on page 176.
Okay.
Analogies for us all. Okay, 9 through 11. Can I get a reader?
Thank you.
You're welcome. William.
Debate thy cause with thy neighbor himself, and discover not a secret to another, lest he that heareth it put thee to shame, and thine infamy turn not away. A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold and pictures of silver.
Okay, very good. There's our word of the day. What do we say that meant? What does that mean?
Famous, usually in a bad way.
Okay, so it says, and thine infamy turn not away. We have a synonym that we could use there? Maybe, perhaps.
Famous for
So I looked at,
cause.
okay, I looked at this in several different, what do you call it? Versions. And the New King James Version reads that as reputation. So lest he hear that it put thee to shame and your reputation turn not away. So basically the things that you should be doing so that you don't get a bad reputation. Okay. 12 through 14. Eden. Are you daydreaming over there, girl?
As an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear. As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to them that send him, for he refresheth the soul of his masters. Whoso boasteth himself of a false gift is like clouds and wind without rain.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Next up, is that 15 through 17? Shiloh.
By long forbearing is a prince persuaded, and a soft tongue breaketh the bone. Hast thou found honey? Eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest thou be filled therewith and vomited.
Mm.
Withdraw my... Wait, is that... Keep going.
Yeah, go to 17.
Withdraw thy foot from thy neighbor's house, lest he be weary of thee and so hate thee.
Okay, very good. Very quickly in 16, what are they saying about honey?
Don't eat too much.
Don't eat too much or you will vomit. And I'm pretty sure that
Yes.
means like, I don't know if that works for everything good, but it works for like, screens, I guess. Because if you only do screens, then you're basically gonna not do anything else. Or if you do, well, I guess kind of anything that's not 100% good for you, but you like it.
Right.
I guess you could relate with that.
You could translate this to hast thou found castor oil, eat none of it, lest thou be filled therewith and vomited.
Exactly.
Yes, you could. But it's interesting because, honey is sweet and usually it's looked at as something that's pleasurable for us to eat honey, right? I think about Samson going to get that honey out of that lion. But you can still get too much of a good thing, right? And now it causes like a negative reaction. So
Sugar.
that's interesting. Yes, too much of honey is a better sugar, right, than other sugar because it's natural, but still you can still get too much of a good thing. Okay, so now let's read 18 to 20. Tally.
A man that breathes false witness against his neighbor is a mule, and a sword and a sharp arrow. Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth, and a foot out of joint. As that taketh away from the garment in cold weather, and as vinegar upon nitre, so is he that singeth song to an heaven heart.
A heavy heart. I feel like that should be a heavy heart. That might be a typo.
Yeah, it might be. Might be right.
Because I feel like if you say and heavy heart, it just it sounds a bit disjointed. If you know what I mean.
In verse 18, I think it was a mall and not a mule.
Yeah, it is. That'll be one of our words of the day. Okay, who's next?
A maul is like a mace.
Yeah.
Okay, can I read next?
20 through 22. Yes, Simon, go ahead.
Okay. For thou shalt heap coals of fire upon his head, and the Lord shall reward thee. Wait, 21 to 22?
20
Okay.
22.
Okay.
Oh, no,
If
no, no.
thine enemy be
Not 20,
hungry, then
right?
give him bread to eat.
Simon, I'm sorry. You should be at 21, right? 21 through 23. Is that where we are?
Okay, yes. If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. For thou shalt heap coals of fire upon his head, and the Lord shall reward thee. The north wind driveth away rain, so doth an angry countenance and a backbiting tongue.
Very good. Okay, Russell, can you read 24 through 26?
Yeah.
Can you put your camera on, please?
Okay.
Thank you. And
Like a
can you
north
leave
wind,
it on for me, please?
like a north wind that brings unexpected rain, is a sly tongue which provokes a horrified look. Better to live in one corner of the room and share the house with a quarrelsome one. Like cold water to a weary soul, it is good news from a distant land like a muddy spring or a polluted well, are the righteous who give way to the wicked.
Okay, very good. Who has not read? Did everybody read?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring
I
us
could
home.
read some more though.
I'll bring us home. Whoops. Okay. Are we at 26? Righteous man falling down before the wicked is as a troubled fountain and a corrupt spring. It is not good to eat much honey. So for men to search their own glory is not glory. He that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls. Okay, so we are going to now go through this math analogy. We have about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay, I don't want you to turn to lesson 4 yet. We have what are those things you guys like so much? They're called, the things where you ask for a noun. Give me a verb, give me an adjective. What are those called again?
Mad Libs.
Mad Libs.
Yes, Mad Lib. I have a math lib for lesson 4.
I did this
Okay,
one.
let's see how much of this
Do
we
you
can
not
get.
want me to? Do you not want me to participate? Because I did this one at home.
Oh, you weren't supposed to, William.
Going ahead for.
It's okay. Okay, so give me a very large number. Grant, give me a very large number.
Wiggly.
1,476,375,432.
I'm sure I didn't write that down right. 1 billion, say it again. Can you say it again? Okay, 1 billion. 476 million is what you said? 476 million. Then what?
It was like 384,000.
384,432. Okay. Yeah, I missed the thousands. Okay, I got you. Okay. Simon, give me a proper fraction.
1/800 billion.
800 billion. Okay. Okay. Eden, give me a decimal number.
0.000000123456789.
Okay. Okay. Kendall, give me a compass direction.
North, northwest.
North, northwest. Okay. Tally, give me a geographic feature.
Break.
A lake, did you say?
A break.
A break? Okay. Oh yeah, that was one of our geo terms, right? Very good. Okay. William, give me a decimal number.
0.00009876543.
Okay. Shiloh, give me a calendar period. Unmute.
September 11th.
That's today, you guys. 19 years. I worked in one of the buildings too. I left it 2 weeks before the first plane hit. Okay.
Was it one of the Twin Towers?
I have a
Yeah,
question.
I worked on the
I don't
101st
think
floor. Say
I
it
don't
again.
think that I don't think that September 11th would work because it's a calendar period. not
Oh,
like a
yes. You need like a month or a
Month.
day.
If you turned on the TV, you'd probably see a lot of like documentaries. They had them last night about like the hour by hour what was happening.
Yeah, I don't think any of you guys were born yet, were you? No. Yeah, 19 years. You're not old enough.
Who would like to hear my Mad Lib?
Okay, we're doing this one as a class, Simon. Calendar period, Shiloh, give me a calendar period.
Oh,
A month, a day, a year, a century.
so
A millennium.
2007.
It needs to be one of those periods. So not like a year, like 2007, like a year or a day.
Oh, like a
Like the-
century? Like like a form of time?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Which one did you choose?
A century.
A century, okay. All right, integers. Rasul.
99.7.
Okay, wait, Simon, that was mine. That was mine. Stop answering for me. Okay,
Rasul,
Z-
an integer.
-9.
-9. Okay.
I don't think that counts as an integer. Negatives aren't integers.
It does. Yes, it does. Stop.
Negatives are not
Positive or
integers.
Yes,
negative.
it is. I've learned
Fine,
negative.
I'm Googling it then.
Negatives are integers, but your number wasn't because you can't go into, wait, can you? Can you go into points with integers or is it only whole numbers? I think it was only whole numbers.
Yeah, it's only whole numbers.
Only whole
What?
numbers.
But that includes zero.
Okay, so give me an integer.
You said minus.
Wait, you can have negative integers?
Wait, I'm gonna look it up.
Whole number that is not a fraction.
I told. So you can have negative ones because integers
Yeah.
are on a number of.
It's not even a fraction. It's -9.
That's an integer.
Yeah, that's an integer. Okay,
You said-
Russell, have I gone to everybody? Yes,
And an
okay.
integer is being negative. Okay.
Simon, we have moved on. We are running out of time and I need to get through this. All right, whole number. Somebody just yell out a whole number.
20.
5.
Whole number.
5.
1, did someone say 1?
25.
12 million billion.
Okay, another calendar period.
7 years.
7.56 years.
Okay, a number greater than 100.
99999999999.
101.
101.
100.
Okay, that's
9 isn't a number higher than.
And a mixed number.
1.117.
1.58.
1 in 5 millions.
1 in 5 millions. Okay, is that it? Okay, let's read it. Oh my goodness, it's 3:15. Okay,
5 millions would be reduced.
is 1/200,000th euro.
okay, everyone mute yourselves, please. I'm gonna read this math Mad Lib to see if I get this number right, Grant. A homeschool family had 1,476,384,432 children and 1/800 billionth pets. They all lived in 0.000000123456789 square foot house, north, northwest, or break. The parents slept 0.0000987654321 hours per century. The father worked -9 miles from home and still spent 1 hour per 7 years on home repairs. The mother farmed 101 acres of organic foods, and each of the children played 1.5 millionths. Yay, we got through it.
We should do these more often.
Yes. Okay, guys, we literally have 5 minutes because I promised you 3:20 and I'm going to keep my promise, okay? So let's try to get through the new stuff. I'm going to leave you to the review, but let's go to the new stuff. So the new stuff is going to be on page 39. Let's go there. We're going to look at the math terms and analogies.
Razul, could you turn your camera on?
Turn your camera on, Russell. I need you to keep it on, please.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Thank you.
All right, so if we go down towards like the middle of the page where you see on page 39, where we're talking about the standard form, where we're talking about money, you see that? So this part should be review. The standard form, you see that when we're talking about terms, A is to B as C is to D. So now we're going to look at it in terms of money in this case, right? So what is the A term in this analogy?
Quarters.
Right, the 4 quarters. And the B term?
10
And
dimes.
dimes.
10 dimes. The C term?
20 nickels.
20 nickels.
And the D term?
100 pennies.
Pennies.
Okay, so now we're looking at something new when we go to this next little part. So consider, remember, analogies are supposed to be the same on both sides. It's a relationship, a shared relationship. So you should never have something different on the left than on the right. It should be the same. That's what the analogies are for. So when we look at 4 quarters, 10 dimes, 20 nickels, and 100 pennies, what do they have in common?
They all equal $1.
Okay, very good. So that could be a bridge box, right? That could certainly be a bridge box. What could be another one?
They're all change. Coins.
Right. They're all coins. That could be another bridge box. So remember, the whole key is to remember it's a shared relationship. So they should not be different. They should always be the same. Okay, let's move down to the one that says 10 is to 10 as 26 is to 26. What is our shared relationship there?
They're both numbers.
Okay, but what are they doing?
They're equal amounts.
Okay, very good. What are they going from? Something to something.
Words to numerals.
Yes, they're going from words to numerals. So that would be the relationship, words to numerals on both sides of the analogy, right?
Multiple answers for each of them, aren't there?
Right, there could be several answers.
I wrote same number, and that's also kind of true.
Yeah, or they could be, yes, same value. They both are the same value, right? That could be another analogy that you can use for your bridge box. Let's turn the page.
It's 319.
I know, okay. Let's look at page 43 very quickly. Page 43, looking at our sonnet. This one should be really easy. Let's just look at the first stanza. So read through on your own and then shout out the math terms. What math terms do you see?
100.
Okay. What else?
10.
10. Okay. What else?
Half. Twice.
Twice.
100.
Times.
100.
0%.
Triply.
See 0% at? In the first stanza?
It's in the third.
Oh, first stanza, Eden. I was like,
Oh,
what the world is she looking at? First stanza.
Times.
Yes, times, doubly, triply. Okay, it's 320. So you guys have some work to do. This is the easiest strand though, right? You can get through it? Okay, so I'll send you some instructions for your LTWs and I'll definitely put the folder up for you, William. The folder will be accessible for everybody, but I'll definitely put it up today, okay? So you guys have a good rest of the week. It's Friday.
bye. Thank you.
All right, have a
Thank
good
you.
week.
Bye.
Thank
We
you.
actually ended at 2:21. You have broken your promise. You owe me a cupcake now.
See you later.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, I like cupcakes.
Okay, have a good weekend.
Bye. Thanks for
Bye-bye.
teaching.
You're welcome.